Testing, 1, 2, testing. Testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Nice one. I can hear it loud and clear. Welcome everyone to the final day of the €165 Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event live from the King's Resort in Rozwadov. I am your announcer, your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan. We see Ace King taking down the first hand. 23 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €990. 2,533 entries in this event. A lot of the mystery bounties have been pulled, but still a couple of booties to watch out for. The biggest one I see on my screen here is €4,500. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Winner of this event is going to take home €33,700, not including the bounties. Small blind is 150k, big blind is 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. Average stack almost 8.3 million. You're going to see a lot of recreationals left in the field. Cream will rise to the top. Eric coming in as your chip leader at this feature table. And we have Mihai Hanu in second place with 51 bigs. Franz Doblinger, who you might remember from last night's action, with 39 bigs. Damien with 32. Renata with 30. Zidong Wang. Cabinet Wirzig and Kila. Three bottom stacks on the leaderboard with 29, 26, and 23 bigs. We have Romania, Germany, Turkey, Lithuania, Russia, China, and Georgia all being represented under one roof. Chili Dog in the house is welcome to all, and special thanks to Action Man Dan for calling the action. Thank you very much for your comment. Here we see Cabinet opening with the sixes. Franz defending with the ace deuce of hearts, and the flop is ace 10 7. Cabinet C betting 450, getting called. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Not an ideal turn card for either player. A lot of 10x would just check back on that flop. So it's unlikely Cabinet would have a 10x, but Fran's not going to try to get any more value, especially on that run out. That Jack of clubs is the money card. Completes the flush, completes the straight, and it's a paired board. So how we all feeling out there? Got up a little bit earlier this morning. Got a good breakfast of steak and eggs after doing a small bit of stretching. Bit of fetch with the dog. And threatening to lift my kettlebell. Alas, I think it will rest in that place for one more day. So we do have a page on blooming on the next. No, there's 22 left. 21st to 27 getting 990, and then 14th to 20th place in this one, €1,265. See Mihai raising to 600k with ace three of spades. Franz with pocket nines in the small blind after cabinet is 3-bet to 1.7 million. Hello to Bird. Hello to Jay Wasello. Just seen a lot of green swords in the chat, all moderator related. Nice to have you with us, lads. I do believe we are playing 50-minute levels today. Franz forced to get rid of his pocket nines, facing that kind of pressure. King's just taking that one down. Nine's having to get out of the way. Everyone playing accordingly. And we see Renata raising to 625. Min raised with a little bit of cheese on top, and Franz going to 3-bet to 1.5 million with pocket sixes. 37 bigs behind. Killer raising the 650 with the pocket nines on the button. I don't really recognize anyone at this feature table, so if you do have any additional information about any of the players left in this field, be sure to let me know in the chat. Thank you. No more questions, Your Honor. No further questions. Very nice starting hand here for Damian with the King Queen of Hearts under the gun. 3 tables remaining now. If you're just tuning in, it's the PPM, the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty Edition final day, live from King's Resort in Roswell. Or it says, hi, Silly Dog, and hi to Dan. Hello. Refresh the page there, lads. Cabinet, straight to 1.15 million bet. We'll get out of the way from Wang's pressure. Nice pick up there for Wang. King 5 across 4. 21 players remaining now. The current payout is €990. Nearly a €300 difference. We're about to have a big flip underway here. Three bets to 1.5 million. And I don't see any way that this money isn't going in, but we did see Ace King offsuit getting folded pre-flop last night. Faced with a 3-bet, sub 30 bigs. I'm all in, Chief. Take my lunch money. There is a pay jump, so we're going to see a pause for the cause. But all the money's going in, folks. I don't see how it can go any other way. It is a small 3-bet sizing to 5 bigs. Such an ideal shoving stack. Four bets to 3.8 million, committing himself. No, Renata. All in for the rest. Damien surely not thinking about folding here after 4 betting. He's 4 bet to 3.8 million with 5.3 behind. I will be shocked to see a fold. We did see Ace King getting folded in a similar-ish spot. Although this now becomes a 5-bet rip from Renata. So we see 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet. All the money surely going in the middle. So it's 4 million of Damien's 5.3 million behind. You can see there is 12.225 million in the pot already. So it's already getting 3-1 to call. Needs to be good about 25% of the time. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 20 players remaining now. The pay jump has been reached. €1,265 is the current payout now. We are 4 eliminations away from a redraw. Average stack is closer to 10 million. It seems to me like Damien is honestly considering folding a hand as strong as Ace King in this situation. I thought when he put in nearly 4 million, he was just... Oh my God, I told you. Jesus. Oh, he's hurt. That is going to sting. Does make a fold. deciding that that lady is not shoving anything other than queens or jacks and therefore doesn't want to be flipping in this current situation. I'm not sure what my thoughts are about that. If you want to find a fold in that situation, don't make it 4 million and fold for 4 million more. That's what I'm thinking. As we see €135 being pulled. You simply can't fold there after making the 4 bet because there's already 12.2 million in the pot and it's only 4 million more to call. You're like basically getting the right price even against kings and aces because you're going to have about 25% or more. Maybe not against aces, but you need to realize that if you are coin flipping at that point, then it's just a necessary coin flip. There's just too much in the pot. If we lose, we lose. Them's the rules. And Zhao Dong Wang. We'll just call him Dong Wang. What a name. Ace 9-8 is the flop. Killer against Wang. So an open ender here for Killer from the small blind. One with top as the pairs. And no pair, no draw in the house says, does ZIAO translate to long? Long Dong Wang. Daddy Schlong legs. Jay Vasello has subscribed for 3 months. Re-raised Chili Dog. Sorry, it's Chili Dog for 3 months. Jay Vasello has nearly 3 years under his belt. Thank you for your continued support. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're new to the channel. And James House says, if you're going to fold on a 5 bet, call the 3 bet. You know what? You could just call in position because you've made it 650 and she's only made it 1.5 million. You're getting brilliant odds to see the flop in position. But ace king, just so strong. I would prefer to call in position with a hand like king jack suited. King jack off might go into the muck. King queen offsuit, king queen suited. And then we're getting to the territory of jamming. Those ace queen offsuits, ace queen suited. I might shove my pocket pairs, eights, nines, and tens and jacks. I might induce with queens. No, I would induce with queens, kings, and aces. So the average stack almost 10 million now as the blinds go up to 200 small blind, 400 big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Eric Avlastimov playing over 20 million now as another booty is about to be pulled. Me booty and me plunder, me hearties. €45. Very anti-climatic there, but every little helps. That's a very bad card if you're Eric on the jack, queen, 9, 10. Loses to so many hands now. Queen, jack, 10. Any king. Chops with an 8. Is Eric going to pay him off here? I say pay him off. He has the best hand. Oh, sorry. No. Mihai has the best hand. I'm saying is he going to pay him off with the 8? Sometimes my brains don't work too good. Just a very bad run out for your 8-9. I think we just find a fold on the river. Chopping at best a lot of the time. Unlikely that Mihai is bluffing. Now Mihai Hanu is playing almost 18 million. Lucky Dazzle says, sadly, no real airport close by to Rozvadov. Well, Prague is a real airport and it's not too far away, less than 90 minutes. So we see Renata opening with the sixes and Dong Wang going to call with the king jack of spades. Round to cabinet with the ace 10 off suits for the call for 450 more, and we have three-way action to the flop with 7-6 deuce. That says with a cab from Prague, you can get a cab or a shuttle bus. There are options. Renata flopping a set. Just cannot get paid. Yubi Zhu is back in the house. What's up, says Nuremberg, is deal so has an airport is 150 kilometers away. Yeah, that's not the end of the world either. Not too far. Obviously, it could be closer, but once you're there, there's so much poker to play. It won't bother you. You'll find out all the additional information on the King's Resort website. We see another booty being pulled. €4,500. Wow. That's the last big one remaining in the prize pool. 19 players. Still fighting it out. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Oh no. The second one was €45, but it's okay. He pulls the big one, €4,500. Such a substantial amount of money, by the way, considering this is €165 buy-in. Jay Wasell says if you have a driver's license, rent a car at Prague Airport. You could do that. You travel by train to Wieden in Germany. Juby Juice says I usually drive to Kings, but lately I like to go to Weiden and then drive my e-bike 40 kilometers through nice landscapes. That sounds lovely. Sounds very nice. Almost feel a little bit of jealousy. I like nice landscapes too. Renata raises to 1.5 million from the small blind, going for the full 4x, almost 3.8 bigs. Essentially, just committing to kill his sub 10 big blind stack. I would prefer to either limp, go for a small raise, or straight up jam. Does take it down. Nice to see a lady still remaining in the field, by the way. Killer's shoving 8.9 bigs from the small blind with Queen 10 of clubs. Jay Wassell says, I drive there for 8 hours, but I have to spend 2 hours at the charging station. Oh, electric car sounds good. Wang's going to call for 8 bigs here with 10-4 suited. I feel like this is far too wide, considering the big booty was just pulled. Queen Jack 4 is the flop, and this is an ideal situation for Killer to double up. That run out no good for the 10-4 of spades. If the 4.5k was still in play and we'd more chips, maybe. But in this dynamic, with not too many big mystery bounties left, that's going to be worth a lot. 9 bigs. Kilobet 700k here on the ace 7-5. Eric calls the king jack. King jack most likely wants to rejam pre when Killer has sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Having said that, with 19 remaining, just wants to call. For plus chip EV, we would just rejam more so than call, but doesn't really need to do it. He is the bigger stack. So he could 3-bet. He could just rejam or just call. Just goes with call. I think it's fine. Eric min raising in the small blind into me high with ace jack off suit. I would prefer to see Eric use a larger sizing and price out some random 2-card hands that are going to feel compelled to call for just one big blind more. Mihai does call with 3 deuce off suit. So case in point, had Eric made it 1.2 million, 1.4 million, even maybe 1 million, he's going to price out hands as weak as 3 deuce off suit. Under the gun with 11 bigs, ace 10 off suit. Want to be jamming this one most of the time. So there is one €1,350 bounty left, four €450 bounties, nine €135 bounties, and six €45 bounties. Woo. And one lucky sucker pulled a €19,665 bounty, 10K that being a World Series of Poker Europe ticket. That was free betting with the jack. Probably taking that one down with the jack. Damien could have opted to just rip 11 bigs. A lot of players would. Maybe even would rip that one myself. But because he's decided to put it in his min raise folding range, he has saved the tournament life. Because of 8 bigs. Wang with 15, Killer with 15, Cabinet with 18, Renata with 36, Mihai with 33, and Eric with 50. Mihai 3 betting the 2 million, the King Jack of Hearts. Eric checking over to Mihai with the ace 8 offsuit. By the way, Mihai 3 betting to 2 million. Eric should just be releasing with a hand as weak as ace 8 offsuit, even if he does have all those chips. These combinations just don't play well post flop, especially when we are out of position. Jack Jack 7 is the flop, 1.2 million is the bet for Mihai. Now Eric doesn't know whether to hang around with just his ace high and some backdoors. Because he's getting such a great price to see the turn, he will call. There's the 5 of spades. The issue with calling here with just ace high on the flop is you're hoping to get the showdown. A really nice quick check there from Mihai. Like he's just giving up. I love it. And now he's enticed Eric bet firm on this river. It snapped off. Mihai playing that hand really well, and Eric giving us a good example of compound mistakes. We've avoided falling free, and it's cost him a small bet on the flop, and it's cost him a bluff on the river. It all adds up. We do see the all in from the small blind with the Jack 9 of diamonds. Renata caught him with the Jack 10 suit. The flop is 9 Jack, Queen, 5, 10. Renata getting there on the river to eliminate Damien. Not much he can do in that situation. Flop 2 pair. Looks like he was maybe set for a double up. The flop give it and the river take it away. And that means we are one step closer to this aforementioned redraw. €1,265 current payout. Over stack over 10 million now. And we are 2 eliminations away from the redraw. Eric with the full 3 extra pocket nines. And Wang going to call from the big with King Queen off suit. Top best on the Queen Jack 7. As Chris Getty says, come on, Wang. Is it Wang or Wang? The overcards to Eric's pocket nines, but it doesn't deter him from betting 2 big blinds. And Wang hoping to get to showdown cheaply. Perhaps would have called a bet there, blocking the straight, trying to get a bet out of Eric. Eric shaking his head. He's not happy in a few spots now, our Eric. That's just not his board for pocket nines. And the ace 8 and was his own fault. Chris says it's Wang. Super nice player. Great. Love to hear it. Thank you for letting us know. And nice to have you with us. Killer. All in for 13 bigs with ace deuce suited. $17 remaining. One elimination away from the redraw. And you've heard the man. This is going to be the last hand before we go on the redraw. Quadzilla in the house. You hear those footsteps. Quads on the flop, and Renata betting 1 mil. Let's see how much Cabinet can get paid with his quads. I do love me some Hollywood. Just going to have a little look back at my cards here. Yes, I do have 2 8s in my hand. There are 2 on the flop. In the industry, we call this quads. Okay, I call. And Renata might find a fold, but there is a 10 out there that does complete the flush. Having 2 9s is not great for us because we unblock all the straight draws. So we block all the straight draws we would want our opponent to have that contains a 9. We do unblock hearts. Now, Cabinet wants to get paid by a 10. Maybe an overpair. Maybe some King X, like a King Jack or a King Queen type holding. So I think we actually go chunky. Like 3.5 million sounds good to me. 2.9 million. And Renata gets out of the way. That's going to do it, folks. We are going on a break to do a redraw. It's been an action-packed hour and a bit. 16 remain in the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty final day. Don't go anywhere. Things are heating up. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. Just very you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
And now I
Yeah.
want the bracelet. That's it.
It's a skill in itself
Relax.
to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in.
Oh.
Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this,
I
bro.
say all in.
This is crazy. If you can see,
All
if
in. It's
we
not
saw
ever.
Ace Queen folded previously,
hold
I
me
severely
tight.
doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're five-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the
Yeah.
table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another one time left.
So-
left. Nothing left.
What did they say about ICM and it being a load of BS for the rich? ICM for the poor only?
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? This,
It's all in
for
now.
my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold.
Cosa guardi? Guardi
Put it into a
100.000,
calculator all you want.
500.000? La differenza guardi. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco c'ho. Bello, sono contento per te.
There was two shorter stacks.
Doppia,
I wouldn't be
doppia.
surprised if you put that into
Però
a
dopo
calculator and
sarò
it said the
attento.
ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against-
fare il quarto posto.
A certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
I was thinking.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccielli is dominating.
Era
either
due.
Big hand or lot of nothing.
Nothing or.
Yeah. Queen high is good sometimes.
5, 6,
8, 7, 4.
6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings.
Hai vinto veramente.
The Kings
sei
of
un
Leon.
grande,
It
sei
is
un
the Tree of
grande,
Hearts.
Bravo, sei un grande. Doppia si chiama questo. Doppia.
Dolci di fila, certo.
If you have aces, call me.
I
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie.
How much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
Can you count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the
Of
hell?
course not. Of course
Oh.
not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a
Of
jam.
course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs here
place.
with Queen
You
10
cannot win this
suited
tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me. It doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of a
how.
hand here
Interesting.
with ace queen of diamonds.
I
But
told him
I don't
in the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be my tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
A little bit more. than
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold
Aye.
on your
We need a
opposition like this
waiter.
as such
Whiskey.
a tough FT,
Time.
Not even this way.
do you want to
Double or
run the
nothing.
risk of calling
It's
here
double
and be
or
up against
That's it.
two
It's
live
double or
cards?
pass. It's
Crazy.
crazy.
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically
very good
it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
wanted-
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
just
really matter.
shows us.
No, it
was a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close. Yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, "It's double, or I'm living."
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem like-
It's fair game for poker, you know, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom
4th option.
with 2 black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong, too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Piccieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The pocket rockets. Small 3-bet incoming.
Uh-oh.
265.
Uh-oh. Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
Zu viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak zu viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hört
ases.
mich, wenn gerecht du eine
Does go all in.
bezahlte Platz.
Does get called. Blom
Wieso?
gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur the one standing up.
Ich verstehe, aber
Just 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favorite to eliminate
di essere miliardari.
the beast that is Isildur.
E sei nervoso di questo?
Un po' sì.
No, ma
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Vediamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10,
parlare.
5 is
hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red lady of the night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Cover you?
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah,
I
some of this
remember
table
when I
talk
used to
reminds me of some
Straddle.
Irish
on
players
those
for
tournaments.
sure.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
of course,
I getcha.
Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo, pericolo. In Harry Potter, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few shacks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Fall.
You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If we do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650. You know, 650. 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to
All
stack
in,
off
all
with
in.
just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Oh, he's
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty
Five
big stack
of
off here, Al.
hearts. 5. 5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cor mi serve, 5 di cor per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore, con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie, che devo fare io? Una, no, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8.
Vai,
An amazing card
un altro
for
5
Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cor, no.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh!
Oh wow, it is the 5
Oh,
of hearts.
five of hearts.
Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di corri! Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh,
io!
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it! I said
Absolute
5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di corri! I said 5 of hearts, please, for me! And it came!
Okay.
You see that?
Leon
You
has
understand
eliminated a
Italian?
very tough opponent
I understood what you
in
meant.
Surzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia! E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero!
Just rips pre, I would assume, the vast majority of the time. Probably never flats like 5-4. Maybe some pocket 4s is a possibility, given that he has 3s, but like you said, most of the time that's just not going to be the case where he has these kind of low pocket pairs. So technically he doesn't have that many nuts on the river in terms of slow plays as the out of position player is what I'm kind of thinking about myself.
I just think it's a spot where you want to be rejamming pretty wide against the button open.
Agreed,
When
yeah.
you've got
Agreed.
half the, I wanted to see exactly how much Piscieri has before that start of that hand, and you can see it's about 6 million or so.
520.
And I think that's just way more of a reason to rejam. With trees, you can rejam all those suited wheels as well. Obviously, a lot of high card hands, broadways, etc.
Yep.
It's not like we cover Piscieri in that spot. Then maybe we want to be a bit tighter. Or if we're very similar. But when we have like half the chips of Piscieri there, I think it's just I don't want to say no-brainer, but close to it there with pocket trees.
Yeah.
Foxen can be opening so wide. Foxen betting 300k and Piscieri is going to call. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Does Foxen want to keep firing here? Just check back on the turn.
It's close. It's defo close. I think he'll find the bet. Yeah.
If it's close, he usually goes for a bet instead of a check.
It's usually better to do that as well, to be fair. If in doubt, probably better off bluffing or taking a more aggressive action most of the time, in my opinion.
Well, it is the key to winning, isn't it? In nearly any
Helps.
domain. Aggression.
Hardly going to see a call here, are we? Oh, Jesus, this is unbelievable stuff.
Piscieri calling with just king high. A non-believer. Over is the jack of clubs. Foxen has a flush blocker here that will contain some combos that could continue in Piscieri's shoes on the turn. And if he's bet the flop and bet the turn, I reckon we're going to see him fire this river. House 3.5 million.
Oh, he just goes for the lot, no?
We've seen him being betting like 80% of someone's stack a couple of times.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
but yeah, could just go for the lot. If he thinks the same, He can accomplish the same with a smaller bet. He might go for a smaller bet. 4.5
Yeah,
into 4.
I always incentivize that to guys I coach as well, because it doesn't really matter. Just if you can get the job done for a smaller price, then you should probably aim for that. But he has a really good blocker here, man. And like he's never checking back. It's just sizing wise is probably one way or the other here. But as long as he's betting here, that's the main thing.
2.4 is the bet. Yeah, I think 3.5 might be a bit too much, or 4.5 is a bit too much if we can accomplish the same thing with something under 3 million, and that's why we see Foxen going for 2.4. Very
pot.
tough for Piscieri to call here. Piscieri's going to have pretty weak range. He's not going to be calling with a deuce. Very unlikely he has a 9. So he's going to have a hand like ace high or king high here. They're called on 2 streets. This would be some call. I don't think you can make it. I see them talking in the chat saying think he's going to call. It's just a spot where he's going to have to give it up. But hey, I'm wrong at least 10 times a day on this channel if I just let it go.
You honestly could be losing the bluffs there as well. Like if he has like ace 4, ace 5, that may or may not stay barrel in the turn.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We have just done. Blinds are still 200, 400, 400. We have lost one player, 15 players remaining now. As Richie says, Dan, don't forget to unmute. All good, my brother, never fear. Action Man Dan is back in here. I've got my nephews and my new niece over. It's one of my nephew's birthdays, and my niece is fast approaching 2 months old. So, bit of a hectic house today. Did manage to get my dinner on the break. Got a bit of dessert with some berries and yogurt in front of me. Hope yous are all keeping very well and healthy on this Monday afternoon. Wang betting 1.7 million here, flopping a set. We have a massive pot developing. Mihai shoving for 41 big blinds. No messing around here from Mihai. This pot spiraling out of control. I turned my head for 10 seconds. No pair, no draw agrees with me. Holy cow, how did all three smash this so hard? I don't like this shove at all. It's just far too much chips. You're going to get a hand like Massimo's one to fold now. Surely be to God. And Dong Wang not going to be going anywhere. Massimo having nearly 30 million in chips. We've seen Massimo play quite aggressive last night. Certainly wasn't shy about putting money across the line. No pair, no draw says insta shove with the nuts, and I assume Wang has to just call and pray at this point. Well, Wang is committed here with 11 big blinds behind with a set, of course, right? But when we shove 16.3 million, we don't give any room for Massimo to do anything. Maybe Mihai wants to get a hand like nut flush draw out of there. Does get the desired effect. I would prefer to see a raise. When we shove that amount of blinds, we basically are telling our opponent we have flopped the nuts or something close to it. 15.5 million in this pot now with 15 players remaining. Big moment for both players involved. Mihai with 61% equity. Wang flopping top set, 39% equity. Turn is the 6 of clubs, and what might have been here for the ace 5 of clubs. Big river. It's a 7. Wang has been eliminated. Mihai playing over 25 million in chips now. And that ace 5 of clubs would have scooped the lot, but just too much chips to call. 42 big blinds almost. Has to let it go. 14 players remaining now. 2 tables of 7. So 14 players remaining, 2 tables of 7. We will be going to pull another booty now in a minute. We have another lady still in this event, Miroslava Eliasova. And I see he's saying there's no way we can shove that amount of chips, but he doesn't want to get the nut flush draw, like ace 5 of clubs, to call off. So he's just trying to put maximum amount of pressure on. And if our opponent calls, so be it. It's still just far too much chips for my liking. Just because we have the deck crushed when we flop the nuts. I don't know how much we want to make it there when it's 16 million total. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat, because the bet has been 1.7 and they have less than 5 million behind. We don't really want to make it 3x. Hold the phone here. We've got 2 ladies hustling with each other. Snap fight. Meow. 1,350 euro is a good pull. Carol Action says no pair, no draw. And there's Miroslav with the lady in her hand. Ace Queen against Renata's Ace King. Miroslava with a lot of work to do after that flop of 10-9-5. And it is a lady in the turn card, on the turn card. Renata needing to catch up. And say la vie. Renata forced to say Miroslava with the 10 bigs, but they're all smiles. I remember this Renata lady as well from last year. I feel like she made a final table or something. Always like to see the ladies doing well. I was rooting for Leo Margetz in the World Series of Poker. Man, having a lady champion in such a prestigious event, the biggest tournament of the year in the world, would be awesome for poker. Not that we need that extra boost or boom at the moment. We've got events happening in Thailand. The Asians are playing poker in great numbers. Poker is alive and well for the foreseeable, one would hope. We just don't know what's around the corner. Gang, I will be back in just a moment. I'm always hovering around somewhere. And here we go again. Massimo raising to 1 million with the ladies. Lehigh 3 betting to 3.5 million from the big blind. Under the gun against the big blind violence. You see a 4 bet to 11 million, which is a very large sizing. I say it's a very large sizing. He's got 22.7 million behind. He's made 3.5. We'll go a little smaller than this, out of position. When we make it 11 million, it's way more likely that we are going to commit ourselves. Oh, whoa, he folds ace king suited. And Massimo puts him out of his misery, shows the queens. Man, that's the third time now we've seen a monster go into the muff pre-flop. I don't think that that's an absurd fold by ace king suited, by the way, because that 4 bet's basically committing. Do we really want to run it there for 100 big blind pot? That's a hell of a lot of a different spot there when it was only 4 million more to call into a pot of 12.2. Against under the gun, we might just call in the big blind, even though it seems very tight to just complete. We are suited. Our hand is going to be disguised. Massimo has shown a propensity to play very large pots. You can feel the pressure. Operno Joseph, you don't understand 4 betting with a big hand only to fold to a 5 bet. Sure, if it is a bluff gone wrong, I get it, but with a top 5 hand, I think you have to roll with it at that point. And if they have aces, they have aces. White 3 bet fold. White 3 bet if I fold to a 4 bet says, pew pew. I like your point there. Nice comment. We make it 3.5x out of position. We can go a little larger and then stack off. If we make it larger, like 4.5, 5 million, and they come over the top, I feel like we have to call at that point. We made it 3.5. Decided Massimo's not making it at 11 million there and not falling off, and therefore they basically have the guts of 50 bigs each before the start of the hand. It does seem absurdly tight to just call, by the way, to a single open However, if you're not willing to get your stack in for that amount, maybe it's our best course of action. Of course, it's all going to be player dependent. Tatarka, Queen Jack, into the muck. We do have Lithuania, China, Romania, Italy, Slovakia, Germany, and the Czech Republic all being represented under one roof. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching. The PPM Mystery Bounty Edition live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 14 players remaining, almost 14 million as the average stack, and it is all to play for here with the eventual champion going to take home €33,700. Osmo raising from the hijack. Tatarka defending with the 7-6. Osmo taking that one down on the 8 jack 9. Nothing happening there for the 6-7 offsuit. Expect to see Massimo be very aggro with a stack of over 70 bigs, as he should be. With 13 players remaining now, 4 eliminations away from the final table, €1,650 is the current payout. €45 has been pulled. 6 bigs in the cutoff for Mihail Kastian. Going for it. $8.6 bigs in the hijack now for Mihail. Takes down the previous hand, getting close to 10 bigs. Just wants to be shoving this one. Round to Massimo. Let's go. I'm not sure what the bottom of his king suited range to call there for 8.6 bigs. Somewhere around king 8, king 9 suited. I'm definitely calling king 7 suited. Seems like it's on the line. Got to take ICM into consideration, and there's not much bounties left to be pulled. Maybe king 8 suited and king 9 offsuit plus. Blinds are now $250,000 small blind, $500,000 big blind, and $500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. 12 players remaining now. That means we've got 2 tables of 6. All players guaranteed €1,650. Average stack is 32 big blinds. Let's go. We're on to the cutoff. Mihai has total live earnings of over 100 grand. So it's definitely a player to watch out for. With 12 remaining. So Franz has a little over 100k in total tournament live earnings also. Miroslava shows 8.8 big blinds on the button with King 3 suited. Darker folds with the King 5 suited. Getting close to a call there. Any less, I'd be considering maybe King 7 suited plus King 8 off. Like I said, maybe it's King 8 suited and King 9 off. Got to be tight enough. The eliminations away from the final table. ICM at one of its highest right now. King 5 is not going to put the mustard. Kark are going to take that one down with the Queen 10 offsuit. Nine for Renata. 1.2 million to go. Queen 8 for Mihai, going to defend and out flop the 9. King Queen. Queen of Spades rolls off on the turn. And Renata forced to fold. Mihai taking that one down with a bet. Miroslav are going to go for the min raise here. I kind of like this off 11 bigs. That's a really nice pick up there for the King Queen suited, uncontested. Johan, the main man, says, I will leave now shopping for dinner and dinner in bridge. See you all next time. Masmo min raising on the button with ace 4 off suit. Franz with queens in the big, going to Raisy Daisy. Makes it quite a large sizing here with the two black ladies. $4.5 million, very large 3-bet size. Masmo lets it go. Massimo has total live earnings of $11,530. Tatarka getting a walk. Franz might want to start. I think it's fine to just fold blind v blind if we're suited with the jack tree. Definitely wants to be completing. We're going to be completing a wide variety of hands. Hands with a deuce, 3 or a 4 kicker. Not a mandatory play from the small blind. Mihai with ace king, min raising with a little bit of cheese on top. 2.4 to go. Massimo calls with pocket eights. Mihai bets 1.2 mil on the turn here. Massimo decides to call. Bit of a wide call there from the eights. Mihai wins another one. Franz in the cutoff with pocket jacks. $1.5 million to go, and Tatarka with ace king on the button. Could see a lot of moolah la go in the middle here. Tatarka wants to make it somewhere around 4 million and call off. Does make it 4.9 million. Franz with 2 blackjacks might call out of position, but he's more likely to 4-bet rip. Tatarka just with 21 big blinds back and 3-betting from the button. We'll have to have some 3-bet folds here. We can see when they're making these chunky sizings, they are way more inclined to be calling off. France just sizing up his opponent. 4-bet rip is imminent. Well, he's shaking his head here. Now he's talking. Looks very disgruntled. His body language and his speech play indicating that he is more inclined towards folding here. Oh my God, he's letting it go. Wow. Guys do not want to flip at this late stage with 12 players remaining. Pressure's on. You could cut the tension with a knife. Franz makes it 1.3 million to go. $1.5 million is the bet. Massimo with top pair, top kicker. Not going to be going anywhere. Would prefer to see him just call, but he's deciding to raise. This guy wants to play his hands fast. So pair no draws. Since everyone's leaning fold, someone can just take over and bully. Well said, no pair, no draw. Well said. Massimo with 67 bigs, Mihai with 62, Tatarka with 37, Franz with 28, Renato with 14, and Miroslava Eliasova with 14 bigs. Two ladies still in contention at this feature table. Oh, Yepasnip, you bleeding stingray. This stingray has enough venom to kill 10 blokes my size. I'm a big man. 280 pounds, I'd have you know. That's 20 stone. Jab, double jab booster. Boom. Yeah, but Snap says, Dan, can you help me out with something? I'm not sure what to do. Is this got to do with the toilet flushing backwards because you're down under, or whatever they did in The Simpsons? I can't read that out, Yappa Snap. Come on, man. It is funny, but no. I can read the first part of it. I've got an issue. I got caught sniffing a friend's sister's undies. The issue was she was still wearing them. Can't read that last part. No. Stinky cheese emojis in the chat. Oh, God. Still 12 players remaining now. Yeah, Snaps is testing the mods out today. Sorry, Dan, but I know you will use that for a laugh soon. How are you keeping, Yappa Snap? What else is going on with you, buddy? Nice to have you with us. We're seeing some very cagey play as we get closer and closer to the final table. Yappa Snap loves testing the waters. I don't think you'll get in trouble for that one this time, but repeat offenders shall be banned. Miroslav all in from the cutoff. Massimo trying to steal one with the 5-3 suited. Miroslava will take it down with the ace queen. With a nice rejam, uncontested, now playing 18 big blinds. You see Renata with the king deuce trying to limp. And not get shoved on. Deuce to the flop of 6-4-3. The third is a 9, and that's enough for Mihai to take that one away from Renata. Yappa Snap is going at it again here, saying he has a question that's not rude. Why does it work out a debate and I can't believe how anyone could possibly have a different answer to me, but turns out it was almost split. What a character this Yappa Snap is. 12 remaining, all guaranteed €1,650. Mihai takes that one down from the cutoff. I see some comments coming in there on YouTube. Not used to being back like this, but the sound seems to be fine now, and it has been for the last hour or two, or at least this frame. Thank you for anyone sticking up in the chat as well. Mark, okay there. It's nothing got to do with my microphone. My microphone and headset is brand new. But thanks for joining us, and hopefully the sound continues to be okay for you. Marco Case is just the Irish accent. Got to love it. Thank you, Marco. Definitely not just making noises over here. I am indeed commentating. Believe it or not, I'm a one-man band. Snap says, if you had a meeting on a Wednesday and someone said to you the meeting has been moved forward 2 days, I think usually that would mean it would be now on Friday. Forward means forward, doesn't mean back. Could be Monday. I would assume it means forward by 2 days. Then, unless I was told otherwise, I would answer. I would answer Friday. It really is squeaky bum time underpants stuff for these players so close to the final table, getting through an entry field size of 2,533 is no easy feat. So much money up top, so much pressure from a 165 buy-in with the opportunity to play for 33,700 euro. Every chip mattering so much. Fans raised to 1.3 million with 6-5 of hearts. Mihai not going to entertain defending with the 7 deuce suited. Zarko takes that one down with Queen 10 of spades. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it as we get closer and closer to the final table. €450 has been pulled. Massimo putting the pressure on Miroslava for this sizing with Jack 10 off suit. I would be defending. Just do just that. Flopping best on the Jack 3 deuce with top pair. Massimo was going to bet once we get somewhere around a million. Goes bet a mil. Turn is an ace. That might be a card that Massimo will fire on. Wants to make it an amount that sets up a perceived river jam. That's 2.6. And oh, Miroslava. Would have liked her to just think about that for a bit longer. I think we have to call on that turn, keep Massimo honest. Yes, it sucks if we get jammed on the river. These blind v blind spots, giving a lot of credit there to the small blind. Massimo min raising. Miroslava re-jamming with kings. 14 big blinds total. Massimo decides to call for 13 bigs total. Bit too much chips to be calling in this exact scenario, and it's a golden opportunity for the lady Miroslava to double up to nearly 14 mil. Oh, that is nasty. 10, 10, 5. Done everything right. Got the crying call from Massimo, and now her future is looking bleak, needing a king only, turns to 7 of hearts. He's a king's on this river, but she will bow out in 11th place. It is an ace of spades. And we lose Miroslava Eliasova. That means we are officially on the final table bubble. Mihai been raising from the cutoff to 1.2 million. And Franz calling with the ace jack, and Tatarka is calling with the queen 4 diamonds, and the flop is queen 10 9. Two pair for Mihai. Tatarka with top pair, but not wanting to get carried away. Franz hoping to hit a straight on the river, but it doesn't arrive. And Mihai now going for value with the two pair. 2 million. Tatarka felt compelled to call there on the river. Puts him down to 10 million. Mihai winning another nice pot. Massimo opens. Franz 3 bets to 3 mil. This hand playing out in rapid fashion on ace, king, king, queen, 5. Massimo taking that one down. Look how much chips he's playing now. Nearly 80 bigs. Forced to be reckoned with heading into this final table. Franz under 20 big blinds now. Renata shoves 5.2 bigs. Mihai's going to call. And bing, bang, boom, just like that. We might have our final 9 unless Renata can get there with the Jack 5 against the Queen 7. Two to 1 favor for Mihai. It is 8-6 deuce. Turns the 4 spades. River is the deuce of diamonds. No Jack or 5 arriving. The 7 would have got her out of jail also. And we have our final 9. We are going on a break for the first 20 minutes where we are going to come back with the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event final table. Don't want to miss this. Things are heating up as we are going to crown yet another champion of this fantastic resort this time to the tune of €33,700. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
One day, Jesse. One day. Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful. That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research. Didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3 bet to 75,000. Astet then 4 bet to 150. Then we had a 5 bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu. This is a very interesting flop right here.
Well, you got a pair and a gut shot versus a open-ended straight draw.
I was gonna guess ace 2.
Yeah, no, it's ace 6, and then like Ben is like, no, that's not my cards, that's not my cards. I mean, like I didn't like ran around too much on it. Just like I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like also I know he usually doesn't max.
There's
like,
a
he's-
specific selection of hands that are actually happy to
like,
continue on a
insisted
board
that
like
the floor
7-5-3
can't give him a
two-tone,
penalty for it. I was like, bro, let it go.
and it's somewhat rare.
Like almost.
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like,
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same
he's
time,
embarrassed, yeah. And
because the cards tend to interact,
but
so
that's
they
why I know,
block
like,
each
that
other.
A7, like,
And we
was
have
just
one of those
like,
situations where
I've seen
both
way
players
too
have
many hands to think that that's what happened. I know.
towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Because like that 25K.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace jack 4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player is 8-6, the other player has queen jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So
The money didn't went on pre-flop, and then,
these are
like,
the kind of
board
spots I
went
find
back
really
to
fun
ace
to
6
watch.
the flop. Versus B15 or
I'm
whatever.
intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked.
Wait to see the queen.
Divorce bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs from Dvorak. Stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow. Look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the
Yeah.
4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Divorce rivers the absolute stone cold nuts.
I mean, when
And
you
Divorce
talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
this is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
Wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell. Checks back the 7-7 deuce 2-spade board.
Yeah.
And then the offsuit 9 comes up. What bluffs does she have there?
See, that's the point I was kind of alluding to. It's difficult to find those bluffs, and this is kind of the beauty of the shot clock. Does she find them in 15, 20 seconds? I don't know.
And does her opponent decipher that in 20 seconds?
Yeah. I'm not saying Chrissy can't find bluffs there, but do you always give her credit for finding them very, very quickly in a somewhat unique situation? It's not a situation she's never seen before, but it's not one that she sees quite often.
Hey, we're going to go old school. Oh, no, I thought we were going to go old school like ESPN, World Series of Poker coverage, and have the Jack Link's beef jerky hand of the day where you had to guess what the hand was, but they ruined it for us. I was going to really put you to the test. Ooh. Oh, this is spicy. Hello.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. This is the type of hand that you want to be 4-bet bluffing with.
I'm not sure what your spice of choice is, but this is mine, and you get a late position open, cutoff open, a 3-bet for the small blind. Foxen picks up a legit hand. And attack is kind of, early on, was up to about 1.2 million. Lost that big hand to Lena, where it was check raised. Then led out with 5s, was raised again, and now is being 4-bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a sequence of events that nobody likes seeing when they're on the receiving end of it. But he's going to go nowhere so far. He's got pocket 10s.
Does make the call. Almost 250,000 chips in the pot.
The beauty of having a hand like pocket 10s is you rate to have the best hand a nice chunk of the time, but even if you don't, if you have the worst hand, you're probably going to win all the chips if you flop a set. Because any hand that beats you is probably putting all the chips in.
What about the issue of being out of position against somebody as dangerous as Foxen?
That's never fun. And this is a good example of a board where you kind of hate that situation, right? You've got this jack high board. Sure, you're going to call a flop bet, but as soon as she starts firing a second barrel, let's say the turn's a king, and she fires a second barrel, now you're just...
I mean, what do you do at the turns of? What do you do turns of 4 and she bets again?
Yeah, you're in a world of hurt.
I mean, she's got aces, kings, and queens there sometimes, right?
Absolutely. A lot of the time. She might not always be bluffing with ace-queen offsuit. She may have decided this time I'll run the 4-bet, next time I'll fold. We don't know.
I'm really curious, 'cause to me, and we can see the cards, but to me, it feels like a text hand is it looks and appears to be exactly what it is. Something kind of, you know, 9s, could have been 8s, could have been 10s, somewhere in that range where, yeah, it's a good enough hand to 3-bet out of the small blinds. I'm going to call. It's also got enough hand there. I'm going to call the 4-bet, but it's not a monster. Or am I kind of simplifying it too much?
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This is the type of hand that really shrivels up against a 4-bet, and now you're already in bluff catch mode on the turn.
And so that's why I'm curious if Foxen fires again, and she does. And this is the bet that I was. This is to me a lot of fun. I feel like pre-flop, okay, somewhat standard. Flop, we knew it was going to go check, bet, call. That's always going to happen. But now is where the poker becomes exciting. What do you do with 10s now? It's such a big hand. Does your opponent have the aces? Does she have kings? And if you call this, are you going to call the all-in on the river, if there is one?
That is the question, right? Man, she just put in a lot of the chips that are in my stack. Nearly 50% of the chips that are in my stack. If I call this turn bet, I'm likely going to have to commit on the river.
He
and
does
that really
call.
Sucks. He finds a call.
Oh, okay, so next level even. This is I love this. I'm such a poker nerd. So now it looks like, okay, well, nobody would bluff the river, right? Why would she ever bluff the river?
Oh,
and she
my
hits the
God.
king.
This is such a brutal river card.
The hearts get there. The ace king gets there.
The only thing for ATAC to consider is if she had ace king, would she have barreled the turn?
She had ace queen and she barreled the turn.
That's true, but ace king can beat some stuff like ace queen. I'm not saying she doesn't barrel the turn.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, is that going through his head? Is he thinking, does ace king really bet again, or does it just try to reach showdown? Maybe it's the best hand.
Oh, and she does give up.
Wow. And that's unfortunate for us because I would have loved to have seen what happened if she shoved.
What a fun feature table. Mustafaov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of 2 pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Jesus got the king 3 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king 3 of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket 4s, the pocket 3s type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen,
never
king 3
know.
suited, king 4 suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to 1 raise. The 10s get out of the way. And now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hisu did not raise, we would have had a set of 10s on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going, ah.
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees their turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. You go separate, I go. After here, direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
and there's a call, so a bet and a call. It's just so intriguing to me when you watch poker because it's like, you know, the difference between Hisu winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, you know, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for 1 card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket 10s.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow.
Really?
Let's see, checked it back.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river?
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Atak has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. How's that with second pair? I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for a talk, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable third barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of sevens.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Melina, the quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. And Vitas making it 7x from the hijack with Ace King. Franz getting out of the way with pocket sixes. Nine players remaining now. €2,113 is the current payout. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final table of the €165 buy in the Polish Poker Masters main event. The Street Bounty edition, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Average stack is over 20 million. Couple of big stacks, couple of small stacks, couple of middling stacks, fighting it out for €33,700. Small blind is 300k, big blind is 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. By the way, that was an absurdly large raise size with the ace king suited. Players playing for the most part for the biggest score of their career. A lot of recreationals still in the field, as you would expect. I hope you're all very well wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch on this Monday afternoon / evening time now. So we see Massimo and Mihai, the two biggest stacks coming in to this final level. And then we have Titus with 38, Grigor Gorski with 37, Eric with 33, Franz with 19. So 4 stacks under 20 bigs. Franz, Tatarka, Joshim, and Cabinet. And they've no World Series of Poker Europe tickets to worry about in this one, so it is all to play for. The Ace King taking that one away with a 3-bet. Great to see them so talkative with so much money on the line. All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? Gorski with the queens raised to 1.3 million. Franz calls with Jack 9 suited. Mihai from the small blind with Queen Jack off. Coming along for the ride. 10-4-3. Over pair for Gorski. Franz shoves the full amount in with Jack 9 of spades, and this escalated quickly. 24.7 million in the pot. $60-40. Three diamonds hits the turn. River is an ace, but it matters not. Franz cannot hit with his Jack 9 of spades. Gorski eliminates the first player at this final table. We lose Franz Dublinger. 8 players remaining now. Ninth taking home €2,113. 8 remain, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,000 now. Mihai opening on the button, and Tatarka has a rejammable king queen here for 14 bigs and change. Really like his shirt, by the way. I've got a friend of mine that I call the Fox. Fond of a fox myself. Clever fox. Cabinet needs to make a move soon. Playing only 5 bigs. That's a nice pickup for the King Queen. 3 players above 60 bigs. Massimo almost hitting 80. Ace Jack of Diamonds in the small blind. Bird says, wow, that sunglasses look good. Which sunglasses? Cabinet 5 bigs. A6 offsuit. Gonna have to go with this one. I really like this guy's getup with the hat, the shades, and the fox shirt. Massimo's going to cross from the small with the Queen 10 offsuit. Eight 5 deuce is the flop. Massimo needs the Queen or a 10. You can get lucky with the Queen 10 against Kings on the FT bubble. Earn brings additional outs for Massimo. Queen 10 or a 9 as we hit the river. It is a 9. Cabinet has been eliminated in 8th place for €3,000. Massimo is now paying 50 million and 7 players remaining. Those 7 players remaining are all guaranteed a minimum of €4,200. Eric bets 1.6 million here on the turn with an open ender. Now we'll get Massimo out of the way on the 10 deuce 8-9. Suddenly, with 7 players remaining, folks, we are looking at a 27 million average stack. Parker going to open things up with the ace jack. And Vitas is going to call with queen 9 off, suit the hijack, very wide. In for a penny, in for a pound in here. We got the 6-5, 6-3 suited, 4s, queen 9, and ace jack. 7, 10, 8, all diamonds is the flop. He just with the 9 of diamonds here, open-ended straight flush draw. Joshim, an eager beaver to fold his hand out a turn. Does check. Oh, I see what glasses you're on about now. How did that go unnoticed for me? I was more focused on that man there with the hat, the shades, and the fox and the hound, but it is Titus who was wearing very, very funny looking sunglasses. I don't know what you'd even call them. Surely there's a name on them. I'm sure I'll be told in the chat. They're definitely not aviators anyway. And everyone forced to fold, and Titus is going to show the 9 of diamonds. Very wide call, pre. He'd be very happy to take that one down, considering we went 5 ways to the flop. Tita takes that one down with the ace jack suited from under the gun. Greg opening from the high jack with queen nine suited around 2 details. Jack 4 suited. Gorski's gonna stab at this one, takes it down, and is now playing 58 bigs. Nothing in it there for the jack 4 of hearts on the ace 9 6 2 played up. Lehigh opening from the cut off with ace jack off 2. Two is of the biggest stack at this final table. Hustling in this one was Massimo as a monster, has a propensity to be one of the more aggressive players remaining in this field and has all the chips. Wants to make it somewhere around 5 million. That's a tiny 3-bet. Queen 6-4. Massimo making it very, very small pre-flop there. Now betting 2.6, but it's still going to be enough to just take it down. If you made it bigger there, you could sometimes see a 4-bet free. When we make it that sizing, it's just so enticing for our opponent to call. Does give him room to kick it back, etc. But he's way more inclined to just call in position, even if it is an offsuit ace jack. And it should be all in for the Jaguar here. Jagouche. All in for 5.5 million. Massimo finds ace jack. Is going to call. Massimo 3-1 favorite to eliminate another player. Joshim Jagouche. J squared for short is all in. And it's not looking good with 25% equity as we see the flop. And that's looking even worse now on king, queen, six, three clubs out there. Massimo with the king, with the ace of clubs. And that seals the deal on the turn. This Massimo Navarra from Italy is a force to be reckoned with and is now playing 100 big blinds, and we lose JJ in seventh place, taking home a nice €4,200 for his effort. Six players remaining now. €5,550 secured for all remaining hopefuls. Pocket eights taking down the blinds and antes. Parker deciding to shove 14 big blinds from under the gun. I say under the gun. We are now six-handed. Oh, wow. Massimo. The kings of kings. You see all in and call. Massimo already had 100 bigs before the start of this hand. 18.7 million in this pot. Is it always coming 7, or are we going to be 5-handed? Five, six, jack. Not much in it for Tarka. Backdoors, perhaps. That's not one of them. 7 and 7 only. The way Massimo Navarra has been running, I don't feel it. It is a 6. Close, but no cigar. Antitarka. It's a round of applause for me for that get up. Love that shirt. Hat and glasses combination will take home €5,550 for his efforts. That means with 5 players remaining now, they are all guaranteed a minimum of €7,200. Not bad for a 165 buy-in. It's secured a cool 7 Gs on top. Good luck trying to beat this guy now. Did he just fold a suited ace? Oh, I'm not a fan of that. Ace 3 suited there with all those chips. Hello, ECW King, one of our latest subscribers. Masmo takes down another one here. Blind v blind and 8, 4, 10, 5, 10. We did miss a few bounty draws. It's okay. Most of the bounties are gone now. We only have 5 players remaining. ECW King says hello, Action Man Dan, AMD, and the crew. And Masmo, with nearly 120 big blinds, has 38% of all the chips in play. At this point, he just wants to keep firing away at his opposition, hitting them with the jab, the double jab, and the booster. If he has to, doesn't want to double up anyone, wants to pound away at the shorter stacks, let them kind of do a bit of damage to themselves and go about his day. Doesn't need to be risking these huge moves. Still so much chips in play. Average stack is nearly 40 million. Masmo has nearly double that. Masmo takes down another one. All these small pots are going to add up when you've that much chips already. Big jumps now for the final five. 7,200 to 9,100 on the next elimination. Ape Banass, is Damien 06 still in? He is not. ECW says they are some nice glasses, but not sure about their functionality. Yeah, I don't see these glasses working too well. They're not covering up much, are they? This guy reminds me of like a character you'd see out of that show called Dinosaurs that used to be on Disney. Honey, I'm home. Earl Sinclair, I think his name was. 3.2 million is the bet from Titus. I hope someone remembers that TV show so I don't sound like a nut job. He used to be a guy who would, he was a dinosaur that would cut down trees. And it was, I'm the baby, gotta love me. Not the mama. Well, anyway, Titus takes down that one. Someone was telling me, I'm not sure which reg it was about the new South Park coming out. Pretty sure it was No Pair, No Draw and ECW King maybe, or if not one, it was the other. But yeah, the new episode was out. To be another new episode this week. It sounds like they're setting it up for some funny, controversial things. Yeah, it was No Pair, No Draw, ECW. We're more of a wrestling fan around here. Oh, he's hurt. Good God Almighty, it's The Undertaker. Osmo with them in. Osmo, by the way, before this was only 10k in tournament live earnings. I don't know if that tells the full story. Did see him be a bit of a wild cannon last night. It's hard to do much wrong when you're running this hot. Masbo is on fire. Dropping a set here. Scary board. If a spade arrives or a strike. Oh, wow. Can't have it go all his own way without some hitches in the road along the way. Now, when Gorski leads like this, Massimo should just be calling. I don't see him raising. Just calls, gets the bad news. Gorski now nipping at his heels suddenly. That's a huge pot. That changes the power dynamics a little bit here at the final table. CW says, he's Caesar. He can be wounded. He can be killed. Yeah, there's so much chips in play. Such a large average stack. It's not like this is all over. Anything can happen at Kings. One double up and it just changes everything. Case in point, nearly 50 bigs in that pot. We've got Mihai still in contention as well. He's over 100k in tournament live earnings. Mihai with two pair on the turn. Eric betting 5.3 million here on the turn. I did not expect to see Eric betting. Mihai checking very quickly. I'd like to see him take a little bit longer before checking. He's going to be checking anyway. And when he checks that quick, is Eric now planning on blasting? Looks like he was going to bet, then decided not to. Doesn't have much showdown after blasting on the turn with this 8. Oh, he just gives up. Okay. Wise check back there. You could tell that he was about to blast a lot and decided against it. He very well might have just saved him his tournament. Mihai suddenly now playing quite a large stack of 40 million, which is 68 big blind. We see nines opening to 1.8 million after the blinds have gone up to 400, 800, 800. We get a call from the small blind, which is very loose, and Massimo then feeling compelled and priced in. Jack 10-8 is the flop. Open-ended for Eric. All players check. Turn is the king of spades. Eric takes it down. Now playing 20 bigs once again. Massimo Navarra wants to be opening that one from the button as well. Tries to let it go. Ace 9 for Eric. Makes it 1.9 million. Of course, he will release. Would like to see Orsi defend with the King 4 for that price. Less than 2.5x total. UCW King says he's off to town. We'll be back in some hours. Hopefully, still some action by then. Good day, good night. Great to see you. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Never stacked. Fast approaching 40 million. 5 players remaining now. All guaranteed 7,200 euro. That's a straight for Titas on the turn. Just trees for Eric. Not the kind of board he's looking for on the Jack Queen, 7-9 Queen. It does pair the board here on the river. Titas wants to go for something around 3.5 million. With a crying call from a 9. Eric gets out of the way. Be a crying call from the Jack. Unlikely Eric had a Queen the way that played. Out! Masmo bets 1 million with his 2 pair. Nothing in it for Titus on the ace 9 deuce 3. Blind v blind action. Knee high, min raising from under the gun with ace 5 off suit. That one down. A little bit of a lull in the action, but we are 5-handed. Titus with ace 8 suited. We see a call of 2 million from Gorski. Flop is queen 4-3. This is under the gun against the small blind. And that's going to go check on the flop. This one is going to get checked down by both players. He just will take that one away from Gorski. Eric raises to 2 million with a very ambitious 4-3 of hearts. He is raising enough to put Eric all in on the King 4 with 2 mystery cards. We've seen Eric want to make these kind of calls before. This is why I just don't open off such a short stack with 4 high, even if we are suited. I'd like to see what Titus has here. He's going to show. He's showing a king. If that's the king, I don't like it at all. We just want to call. Anyone see the cards there? Bit of a glare with the lights. Couldn't really quite make that out. Couldn't get my binoculars out in time. Gorski raised to 1.9 million from the cutoff, and Titus in the small blind with ace deuce of hearts. We've seen a lot of splish splashy poker happening out here. We see Massimo here, who hasn't had it all go his own way. For the most part, has, apart from that big hand. With his Queen 10-5. And Massimo could get into a lot of trouble on this flop. Outkicked. Gorski going for value right here, right now, raising to 7.3 million, knowing that Massimo is a sticky customer and has a willingness to hang around. Massimo Could be forced to call here the majority of the time. I don't see him just releasing top pair with a king kicker. He does look a bit wary. There's 5.4 million more. Gorski hasn't really been too out of line. They are quite deep. He's given this careful consideration. Perhaps against a different player he would have called already. It would be a remarkable fold. In theory, this is never going to be a fold on the flop, but in practice, he's had a pretty good read on the table and the situations that have been presented to him. And now he's talking to him. Now that's a fold that's been carefully considered. There are times where I would berate the king-queen for folding on the queen 10-5. But against Gorski, who hasn't really been out of line, giving him maximum amount of credit and making a very big hero fold correctly. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. No one wants to bust before Eric with 13 bigs, Mihai with 48, and then Titas with 56, Massimo with 58, and Gorski with 61. Gorski now your chip leader. But look how little separates them. Less than 10 bigs between first, second, and third. And even Mihai not too far behind. Fred LeFou says it's a punt lead from the small blind. Punt raise from pre-flop aggressor. Easy just call. Yes, I would agree with you the majority of the time. However, it's a very good fold, giving his opponent maximum credit and being right on that occasion. Don't want to make a habit of that. We don't normally see a raise there or a punt lead from the small blind. That could have just played out as a check call. Thank you for your comment. Deuces for Eric. Nothing really going his way. He will lose another one. Down to 8 big blinds now. He looks dejected. Not like that. And Eric has found a hand that he wants to gamble with. And Massimo has found a hand that he wants to call and gamble with. And suddenly, Eric is all in for his tournament life, and Massimo with the Queen Jack. Almost 20 bigs in this pot. Massimo will be back to being chip leader, or Eric will be spinning and winning to almost 20 bigs. Here we go. Queen in the window. Oh my God, it's followed by a queen and an 8. Full house for Eric. Turn as a king. For a moment there, it felt for me that Eric thought he'd lost on the flop. It is a 9 on the river, Eric. Back to 19 bigs. And when I seen the lady in the window, I thought it was good night, Eric. Me high betting 1.5 mil with 2 pair. Eric with an open ender, but he's got the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. $2.5 million is the bet on the river, and Eric shakes his head once more before letting it go. Real Poker Fool says, good evening all. Good evening, Real Poker Fool. No, I'm saying 42 in the house says Mon. Mon being Monday. Mon Monday. What's up, guys? AMD here for an all-new episode of Kings. These guys are evening out the playing field. Tit for tat out there. No pun intended for Titas. Tip versus Kerry for the Champions Cup. Ooh. That'll be a dangerous team. Combining hurls and football. All in one go. Jacks for Mihai raised to 1.6. Eric calling with ace-5 off suit the big. Chili Dog says, I was watching Neymar for a while. My friend from Spa got in on 5th place. Italian player seems a little like John Bernthal. Maybe the nose shape or something. Hope you're all very well on this Monday evening. If you're just tuning in, it's the final table, the final 5. 3 is the magic number, but 5 will make you get down now. €165 buy-in. As we see Eric all in for 12 bigs total. Massimo getting out of the way. Mimo says, the actor that made the Punisher or Shane in The Walking Dead. I'm enjoying this streaming. Yes. Nice to have you with us. It's been a fun event. Fast and Furious final table so far, but there is a lot of chips in play. Chips are meandering. Neanderthals. There was 2,533 entries in this one. Someone was here yesterday saying they bought in 9 times. Mihai taking that previous hand down with kings. I giving a little friendly walk. Why not with the 9-3 offsuit? Tita's taking that one down. Should have seen the Jack 9 suited open there from the hijack as well. We're going to see a lot of tight play. No one wants to bust before the other, and the chip stacks have evened out considerably, apart from Eric, who is the shortest stack with 16 bigs. I see a few of you asking in the chat there about the King's Resort. You can head over to the King's Resort website. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I highly recommend going to visit Kings. Find out loads of information on that website. We have huge schedule week in, week out. Mihai min raising with 8-9 suited. He's calling from the cutoff here with A7 offsuit. It's far too wide. These offsuited combinations just don't play well. The A6, the A7, the Ace8 offsuits, even if we are in position of the opener. Turn going to quickly go check. Mihai be hoping to win his showdown. 2 over cards to his pair of 9s. Titus wants to try get some value on the river, but does not. Knuckles back. These guys are content to just play small ball poker for the most part. Just want to say thanks to everyone tuning in on YouTube there. Nearly hitting 500 viewers. And always have a couple of hundred on the go in Poker Room Kings, give or take. You see Titus opening things up with a Jack Deuce suited. It's all a bit topsy-turvy around here, isn't it? Mihai defending with the Jack 8, faced with a 2.6 million bet. Not going to be going anywhere on the Queen 8, 7, 2 spade board. Titus with a pair now of deuces. Probably just wants to check this back. Is going to bet again. I was expecting him to just check back now that he's got showdown, a flush draw, and a pair. But decides to just get a better hand to fold. Wasn't expecting to see Mihai fold for the second barrel, but Titus hasn't been too out of line with his barreling. Eric raised to 1.8 from the cutoff. Titus calling with 8-7 suited. Eric with King 7 of spades. A6 deuce is the flop. Big blind checks. Eric's going to bet small. And Titus should be letting his hand go, but I don't see a fold. Okay. Does have some backdoors in the form of a straight draw or flush draw, and that's giving him some additional outs. Turn goes check, check. There is another 10. Now, Titus has to know he can't win by checking. It's not great river to be bluffing. I like that he's gone for small sizing, because small sizing makes it look like he is betting as thin as a 6 or a very weak ace. Eric's getting incredible odds with just king high. Titus gets that bluff through. Stu Ungar in the making. That's how they're looking. Titus with 72 big, Skorsky with 57, Mihai with 51, Massimo with 44, and Eric with 12. €7,200 locked up, fighting it out for €33,700. First and second going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, by the way. I only just noticed that now. Titus just going to check on the ace-8 deuce with a good shot straight draw. Would usually see him leading here. Don't really want to be going into check call mode. It's probably fine, but I would prefer to just lead. Now you're faced with a 2.4 million bet. Doesn't seem too great to call. With just a 4. As a good shot straight draw. And Stu Ungar is up to new tricks. Just goes for a check raise. Shows the 5-3. Like a boss. 5 high, like a boss. I wasn't expecting to see a check raise there. That's why I didn't even mention it. Does go for the check raise and gets the job done. I don't believe that an ace is check raising there often, or an 8. So we just kind of have to have a bluff a lot of the time when we're raising there. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Three hands remaining before the break. Yeah, we're playing a game of no pair. Three-way action to the flop. Titus with the Jack 10. Eric with the 6-3. And Mihai with the King 9. Titus betting 2.6 mil. Titus taking that one down. King 9 of hearts not going to continue. She might have seen the King 9 continue there with a lot of backdoors in our favor. So Bert now with the 7 deuce. Checks back on the flop. I thought we might see him take a stab on the flop with just 7 high. Happy to just let Mihai take that one away from him. And we are going on a break. That was a fun, action-packed frame or two. Coming back with Titas Bert way out in front with 35% of all the chips in play. 83 bigs. Greg Gorski with 57. Mihai with 49. Massimo with 36. And Eric with 11. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't
you,
know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the
Right.
tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said. I kept 4. 4?
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Fox and raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also, these monotone flops are ones that you want to be very careful in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him, I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but...
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Oh, Azak finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the 10 of clubs, I'd have to imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back that, is this a...
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She went 75 into 43.
Okay, now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general idea. Although it sounds like they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
That's wild.
Are you going to Cyprus?
Oh, yeah, I'm going like
Technology is such a mystery to me, Tuckman.
I was kind of considering it.
Yeah, you don't. You're in technology fight all the time. You guys don't get along.
Okay.
Well, it remians a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick coming in.
No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but Both these players are quite deep, although Stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Fox out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that at this stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxen calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxen has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them.
And
this is a good one to use.
Right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxen has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then you see this hand
you
played
got
out.
The dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of jack 10s out there.
The World Series of Poker Europe has one more stop this year. Vegas. A huge hit, as always. Here we are in Rosvedov. Next stop, the Bahamas. In December.
I have to imagine those are very different climates.
No, Rosvedov and the Bahamas are almost exactly the same. It's weird.
Yeah?
Yes. What? Western Czech Republic?
You got to worry about a lot of bull
Caribbean?
sharks in Rosvedov.
Rosvedov is such a quiet little town.
I'd like to visit one day.
You should. You should. It's like it almost feels like it's taken out of, like the town in Beauty and the Beast. Like it's a small little quiet little quaint town, and then you've got this beautiful resort casino right in the middle of it. Orpin 3-betting, Foxen calling, and Orpin has hit a pair of queens, backdoor spade draw. Foxen, no hearts out there to speak of, does have a gut shot.
Yeah. Depending on the price, that may be enough to keep her around. She would love to have diamonds or one spade in her hand, of course.
Sorry, how much? 20.
Chrissy's going nowhere. This is just a great price to hit her gut shot, potentially win a huge pot, or maybe some doors open up to find a bluff later on in the hand.
158,000 in the pot right now. You can see the players' country represented next to their name. Orpin representing Turkey, Foxen, the United States.
Orpin finding the check here, opening the doors for Chrissy.
Opening the door to what? To bluff?
Yeah, but
and lose more money?
She
Lose
would
more chips?
need, well, possibly win a lot of chips, but she would need to find a turn and river bet.
I think she said 90.
Yeah, this is starting to set up something big.
I mean, there was a raise, a 3-bet, and a call. And when you've got second pair, it's a little concerning.
Yep.
He also does block his opponent from having spade draw.
He does, and that's something that's going through his mind right now. I don't know if that will affect his river decision, because missed nut flush draw isn't the type of hand that Chrissy would be looking to bluff with. I don't think that would be her leading candidate. It would be something more like the Jack-10 suited type of hands. Oh, that's a really bad card for Chrissy. I don't know if she'll be bluffing this one.
Yeah. And I think it's fairly certain to say that Orpin's not going to fold, no matter what she does.
No, I don't think he will be. However, she may think he has something occasionally like pocket jacks or like a king-10 suited. It's just too risky.
340.
Wow.
She goes for it.
I'm a little surprised that she finds the bluff here, but not in the other hand.
She goes for it. And Orpin has not folded, has not called yet, but I cannot imagine a world.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, but I assume he's giving it a little tank before he puts her all in, just so as to not make it so obvious that he has it.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Is that all of them?
what a gut punch.
Yeah, that's...
What a gut punch when you're going for the big bluff on the river and you get raised all in and you can't even call for your last 55,000.
That's really, truly brutal for Chrissy.
Did you know that the word casino is Italian for little house? Early on, it referred to small social clubs. Only later did casino come to mean a dedicated gambling house. Come to King's to have big fun in our little house.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We are still five-handed. Average stack is still very close to 40 big blinds. Seen some fun and creative bluffs from Bert Titas Bertasius. What a name, by the way. Mihai taking this to 2.5 million with pocket tens around to Masmo and small blind with ace-6 offsuit. Yeah, and he is going to call with the 5-4 offsuit. It's ambitious for 2.5x when he only has 5 bigs behind. Now just wants to donk jam with an open ender. Even if he's no diamond. Could see Eric just call this, you know. A lot of equity against a lot of hands like ace-x, king-x. But with no diamond in his hand, just decides to let it go. Jeez, you guys. Re-raise Chili Dog says, Dad, I think you are my brother from another mother because I am 6'4" and 21 stone. I'm 6'4", yeah. 20 stone. I would say full of muscle, but I'd be half lying to you. 72 bigs now for Titus. 43 bigs for Mihai. Greg is 42. Massimo 27. And Eric on life support with 5 big blinds. P.O. Wizard with a very good point. What's he calling with 5-4? 4 to fold a 3xx. 3-6x flop. What does he want? Flop trips. Well said. Too much equity. Massimo with 7s. 2.2 million to go. Osmo says hello. Hello, Osmo. That is the flop you wanted, PO Wizard. Shoves 4.4 bigs here under the gun with 10 deuce suited. I think he's better off waiting for the big blind to hit him. It's just so unconnected, even if we are suited. This guy loves spinning around. Massimo calling, Gorski calling. Does have 2 live cards for a treble up, but it is Jack 7-4. This should be just getting checked down the majority of the time here. Gorski wants to just get some value for his top pair, and he does do just that. Yeah, I don't think it just has to get checked down. The more I think about it, there is a lot of boards we will just be trying to check and eliminate a player, check all the way to showdown. 3.5 million is the bet, 3.5 million is the call. Now, depending on the turn, we might just start pot controlling. Does just check it back. Now we can comfortably call a river bet. Just goes for 1 street and checks it down. I might have gone for a little bit more value there on the river, especially on such a bricky river. Unlikely we are going to be check raised at that point. We do lose Eric, and I'm being told we are going on another break because these players are going to discuss some form of a deal. Well played, Eric. Unlucky in the end. Some questionable plays there. When we're that short, it can be tough. A lot of pressure on us. Does take home nice sum of cash for his efforts. €7,200. 4 players remaining now. Minimum payout 9,100, and they are going to go discuss some numbers. See you all in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, it's strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3 betting Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nine. Lost.
Right?
Oh yeah?
Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Sorry, today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No. If you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Yeah, there's been, a handful of significant pots, and Jesus has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Jesus. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get an induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Jesus is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of
call.
the aces that are worse.
Jesus has made the call. It's
This
ace
could be
8
it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Jesus' way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you have a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes
Oh?
sense. 18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's fives hold, it's over. And he will have won his third bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8, but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of clubs.
And Jesus now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabral has won the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller and his third World Series of Poker bracelet.
Which poker legend said this? Of course I lied. It's poker Phil.
I know this. Or Negrano or no. This is a end against Phil Helmut.
Daniel?
No.
No, Tony G.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Negrano. Negrano?
No.
No. Wait. Tony G. Yes. But I remember this.
Of course I lied. It's poker Phil.
Oh, Tony G.
Yes.
Tony G,
yes.
Negrano?
No.
No? Filavi?
No. Of course I lied. It's poker Phil.
Tony G.
Yes.
You're up there.
Oh, you lied.
Of course I lied. It's poker, Phil. What do you think this is?
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. I do have some new information for you fine folks out there. A deal was brokered and reached at the break. Seat 2, €17,500. Seat 4, €15,800. Seat 6, €19,600. And seat 7, €12,900. They are playing for an extra €5,100 for first prize. Second prize is €2,220. And let's not forget the top two are going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. If anyone needs me to repeat that, then you can go over to the German channel. Just kidding. I can repeat that again. Hopefully you heard exactly what I just said. Round of applause for everyone still involved. Really nice to secure that kind of a he just making a really good call here on the river, by the way. I was busy talking about the deal, missed some of the action. Just Cassius now with 84 bigs. Picks off another bluff. He showed some promise with those shades, I'm telling you. Hope you're all enjoying the show out there. 4 players remaining if you're just tuning in the €165 buy-in is the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event. Live from the King's Resort in Roosevelt. Badass glasses, says ZY. Massimo taking that one down with the pocket tens. Mihai with the rejam. Greg gonna fold. Now I wonder just how much it's gonna change the dynamic here forehand. Yes, the deal has been reached. There's still a lot of money on the line. Extra €17,000 for first. Extra 12,000 and change for second place. Massimo flopping a flush here. Greg has the 9 of hearts. Titus with the 8 of hearts. Queen Jack 4. 9 of hearts gone into the muck. Cassius is mulling this one over. Burke is min raising with the big blind. At 1 million rupees, this flop top pair. Titus is really opening up his game. Loves spinning that gadget around the place. Perhaps it brings him luck. Mihai would like to continue, but with no club, lets it go. Greg taking that one down. With the queen 4 on the a7 deuce. There for both players. And that's the race. Very ill timing. Oh no, Massimo just wants to call there. Whoa, he calls it off. 21.3 million with 8-3 off suit. This okay. That answers my question about how much they care about first prize in the ticket. 62.6 million in this one. Turn is the king of hearts, and now Tita can hit a flush on the river. It's never over. It's never easy. Oh, it's the 9 of diamonds. Osmo says no comment. Well, it's lucky for you that you can not comment on things. I have to say one thing. Massimo doubles up and is now, I believe that's going to make him the chip leader. The good old 8-3 offsuit. What's up, Southside Ronnie? Oh, hey, it's Southside Ronnie. Ungar getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Big style there. I was saying there is no way you want to jam here with just the ace 10, as in you want to call and keep in all the bluffs. But now let's see how much he regroups and cares about the rest of the money in the prize pool. Not a good bluff for the ace king. Grabson says there is no such a powerful PC that Solver can handle HD off in that case. Probably not, no. Lads, they ain't messing around. This ain't no disco. This ain't no party. This ain't no fooling around. You call it from two. I would not be shocked to see either Massimo or Greg call this with threes. Surely Greg wouldn't call with threes, but Massimo might call with fours. If it was a bit less. Lehigh happy to take. Poker is fun for everyone. If you're enjoying the show, it seems like a good time to mention that we are on the eve of the Dutch Classics, one of my favourite events to commentate on throughout the calendar year. And we got the shark bait in coming at you. The 1 million guarantee. Sean Titas raised to 3.5 million with the ace king. Lehigh got a call with the 6-5. Ranges have definitely gone down for players. That much is apparent. I see a few of you asking again about was there a deal done? There certainly was. 19-6, 17-5, 15-8, 12-9, playing on for two 10K tickets and 5K for first, 2.2K for second. He just is up to his old tricks here, betting 19 million. Lehigh's going to call. He ain't messing around. And Lehigh is ahead, in great shape. The way it played out there, Mihai kind of happened to call there with an open ender on the top end of it. And a pair. And gets and now playing 54, big blind 54 million. Outside Ronnie says you called pre and flop. Yeah. Once you call pre, it's a bit wide to be calling pre. But against Titus, who you know can be firing off, mightn't be the worst. And once we call pre and the flop, we're going to have to stack off on the turn. If repeat, repeat. Now I wonder how much patience these players are going to have before wanting to get it in. You do the deal, you've got through a mammoth field in a 165 buy-in, mystery bounty, no doubt. You're playing on for a considerable amount of money, but the adrenaline pumping, you want to go to the bar. Honey, I just won over 20 grand, honey. These idiot Northern European poker players can't even spell poker. I butchered that one. These idiots from Northern Europe can't even spell poker. Pretty funny. This is a moment that you want to remember. Revel in it, lap it up. Oftentimes these moments expire. You can't really grasp onto them. Don't know when you're going to be here again. 2,533 entries. A lot of action taking place here. Mihai with nines. Massimo betting 5 million here with King 10. Nines got into the muck in the 5, Queen 4, Ace. Oh, we'll be shocked to see the 6-5 call here. Shock horror, he called the 5 mil. The thing I don't like about calling with the 6-5 here on this board is there's just going to be so many bad rivers. Massimo moves all in instantly. Guys are not messing around, giving away the strengthoftheirhand.com. You would show it. Guys are just an eager beaver. We see it time and time again at Kings. Once they've made the deal, Mihai Shovers on Tita. Tita had 60 plus million not so long ago. Now with just 15 big blinds. I thought that said 19 million. We have four-way action to the flop. Family pot. All aboard. What we got? What we got? We got Queen 7, 6, 2 hearts. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Everyone seems to be check happy. Pair and an open ender for Greg, but it is the arse end of it, and 2 flush draws out there. I'm not even the biggest fan of this bet. Probably just wants to check that one. Mihai is going to call. And the ace rolling off on the river. And they're all just going to check. And Mihai is going to win. Massimo misses a lot of outs. The boys are having the crack out there. Go on, the lads. Mihai just going to give a walk with Queen 5 offsuit is too tight. Wants to, at the very least, limp his option. With the small blind at 600k, big blind 1.2 million with a 1.2 million running. I'm unsure if they have shortened the blinds. They usually shorten the blinds after they've made a deal. So we should be playing, say, 25-minute blinds or 30-minute blinds. I predict we're going to see some goodwill punting before it's all said and done. Titus with 13 bigs, Greg with 36, and then Massimo and Mihai taking this fairly serious 56 and 53 bigs. Not that Gorski isn't. This just becomes a battle of wits and how much patience the players have. Important to note that those yellow chips are all 1 million each. After doing a chip up at the break. That actually might have been a while ago. Now Massimo faced with a 13 big blind jam with King 10 offsuit against Titus. I would be more inclined to call than fold. If you put this into a calculator, it would probably say fold. And we might be down to three-handed. Massimo with 67% equity here. Titas with Queen 9. 33% equity, 32.6 million chips in this pot. 8, 9, 10. Pair for both players. Turn is an 8. Just 20% equity for Titus as we hit the river. Needs a jack, a 9, or a queen. It is a jack. Babushka. He does double up to 27 big blinds. Boom goes the dynamite. $2.1 million is the bet from Greg. Mihai gonna raisey daisy right here, right now. We are still playing almost a 50 million average. ECW King says, I believe in Titas. Many a man does. 2.5 million. It's the bet for Massimo. Taking it down. BCW said his daughter was in the YouTube chat rooting for him. I'd love to see it. Bring home all the gold. 2.5 million to go. Call from the 10-7. Massimo calls for 1.3 with 8-6 of clubs, and the flop is 6-4-3. Checks all the way through to the 8 of diamonds on the turn. 2 pair now for Massimo. That's 3.5. Tita's hanging around on the turn. Deuce of diamonds rolls off on the river. Any 5 now makes a straight. If he wants to tell a story, he's going to have to tell a big one. That's not a big enough story. Tita's back to 15 bigs. $15 bigs with the Jack 5 suited. Going for an unconventional limp. And it's all being checked through to the river. You see the shove from Titas. Trying to get Gorski off a chop, or getting paid by worse, of course. It's unlikely that Bert has a flush the way this is played out. It's just going to be a call from Greg. And this one's going to go to Splitsville. Chop it up, boys. And chop it up they will. We see Tita's gonna just win this one at showdown somehow with just Jack 10, Masmo with 9-8. Mihai with the 6 deuce. Greg makes it 2.5 million to go. Stewie Youngar lets that one go. If only he knew how many people have commented on his attire and glasses here today. Getting better says, Madre mio, the guy's a ranger, huh? Bet at 4.5 million from Titas Bertasius. Mihai with the ace 10 of clubs. Suppose the question starts to become what way is the best way to navigate through flop turn and river against Titas staring down into or staring into those shades. Osmo raises with the ace 4. Mihai with the king 9 of hearts will call. And Petter says he can wear what he wants for all I care. I just want to play versus him. There's always going to be characters at the feature table, especially in a field like this. 2,533, €165 buy-in. Take my lunch money. 1.5 million is the bet now from Mihail, and Masmo wants to see. Calls the small bet. King 9 getting there on the river. I think we are playing 30-minute blinds now. Blinds have just gone up. $800K is the small blind. 1.6 million is the big blind with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. Now, just see on the King's Resort website here as well. Dutch Classics main event day 1A has started. €250 buy-in. €400,000 guaranteed in the prize pool. 50,000 starting stack. Take my lunch money. Greg not getting too involved on that board. Not great. Looking for his ace king. Masmo flopping a flush draw. Blind v blind on the ace 4 deuce. With the 10-6 of clubs. Will bet takes that one down. He just shoves 14 big to pocket sixes. He was defending with the jack 8-3 flop coming off. He's got 10-3 of diamonds. As I check the back. $3 million is the bet. Just taking down another one. Both players with top pair. Turn is a 10. Queen 7, 9, 10 now. He just will call another bet. Whoa! Just moves all in. This is a very difficult call for Massimo now. It's just an 8 ticker. But it is against Titas. We'll be more inclined to check back this turn and then let Titas fire on the river. Now we're just forced to fold what could easily be the best hand. Titas should not be jamming this on the turn, like ever. Especially on that board. This is becoming difficult to commentate on because I just don't know what's going to happen next. Expect the unexpected of Kings. Live for over 7 hours now. Hope you're enjoying this final table wherever you are tuning in from. I'm going backwards in my head here. I feel like that Queen 8, we might have to just call. We are open-ended, even if it's the arse end of it. We do have top pair. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. We do see Greg, 3.5 million with the ace boost of hearts. Uh-oh. Call the cops. Money's going in, son. Both players. Oh, my God. And Greg with a deuce on the turn. Okay. Time to see this pot grow. 4 million is the bet. 4 million is the call. Now, surely the rest of the money's just going in. Stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1. He's just showing a propensity to have a variety of hands. Some form of a loose cannon, if you will. A wild card. And 6 million is the bet. Greg moves all in. He just calls. And Greg wins a huge pot of almost 60 million. Pete is going to be down to 8.6 biggins. Ouch. 43 bigs now for Mihai. Greg with 37. Masmo with 30 and Titas with 9. That's how they're looking four-handed. He's just going to bet. All in. On the queen, 10-10. I might just check there again, try to get a bet from our opponent. Masmo just with 8-3. His turn at the 8-3. Uno reverse. Uno reverse that one into the muck. He does min raising off 11 blinds from under the gun. He's taking that one down the top there. He was getting a walk with the 8-7 off suit. Flush for Titas here now. Again, just rips, not giving much room for his opponent to do anything when he just wants to jam. Mihai lets that one go. See if he bets a smaller amount there, could maybe entice Mihai to raise or call. Raise seems a bit ambitious, but you get my point. Do we see a limp from the 9-8 offsuit? Two pair here for Mihai. Not much in it for Greg. Did have a good shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Just decides to let it go because it's on the turn. Definitely is an air out there that they're just shifting each other around the table. Not like that. Massimo just going to rip from the big blind, taking that one away with pocket eight. You see Massimo opening to 3.5 million. Big blind's going to be fast approaching 2 million a pop in a few hands' time. Gregorski, 3 bets to 9.2 million, putting the action back on Massimo. Massimo going to call with the 10-9 suited. And the bet will take that one down. Nothing in it for the 10-9 suited. You receive 4.5 million, raise 2.5 million call. Diamonds for Massimo. Just king high for Greg. Queen, queen 8 is the flop. The queen 9 of diamonds take it down the previous hand. Massimo folding. I actually would like to see Massimo call there on the queen, queen 8 with a lot of backdoors working in his favor on a paired board. Massimo taking that one down with the 9-6-4. Again, Mihai might have seen a turn card. A lot of good things can happen on that turn in the form of a jack, a 10, or a straight draw. Turn going check here as well on the Queen 7-10 Jack. The river is the King of Hearts. Massimo with le nuts or close to it. No. Massimo with an open ender. Titus with a flush draw. Who wants it more, boys? Oh, 1 million is the small blind, 2 million is the big blind, with a 2 million running big blind ante. 15 bigs for Titus. King 10 offsuit on the button, min raise. Greg not even going to entertain defending with the 7-5 offsuit is not good enough for me against a loose cannon like Titus, who is capable of firing off. Titus raises to 5 million. Greg calls with King 10 of clubs. Mihai with A6 of clubs. Doesn't want to see clubs on the flop for Gorski. It is 6-7 deuce. Turns the Queen of clubs. No one's really even entertaining, like betting without anything. They're playing very honest poker. I would like to see these guys have a bit more of the eye of the tiger. I really want to take down this title. Show they've got the heart of the line, that we're in the championship rounds. We don't quit at half time. We stay till the job's done. They are getting a bit shorter now with a 2 million big blind. Masmo with the min. Titus with the call. Ace 4 suited against Ace 8 suited. Flop is 7 Ace 5. And this is a monster flop from Asmo. And I don't see any way that Titus isn't going to get it all in here. We've got action. It's all in and call. Here we go. 60 million in the pot, 11 outs for Massimo Navarra. Basically a post-flop coin flip, about as dead even as it could possibly be, 50-50. It's another ace. Big river. It's a 10. Titus gets there, forward slash, was ahead. Pretty ill for Massimo when we flop that good to lose, but c'est la vie. Sometimes she goes and sometimes she doesn't go. The way of the road. Massimo's still going to be left with 5.3 bigs. Titus is back to 30 big blinds now. Didn't think we would see him back at 60 million plus, but here we go. Gnome Sane says, is this a mystery bounty too? You bet your bollocks to a barn dance this is a mystery bounty too. No mystery bounties remaining. There was some huge big bounties in play, mystery bounties, some might say. But it's not something that you want to be concerned about when a deal is being made and there's 4 or 5 players remaining. 4 very small bounties left. Non-consequential is what I would say. If he dies, says No, I'm saying 42. I was just talking about Rocky and the Eye of the Tiger. Who wants it the most? These guys are just hanging around. Walking the mile, walking the green mile. Titus taking that one down. Yes, that is a very good point. No, I'm saying WSOP 2 World Series tickets for first and second is actually something that I mentioned earlier, but I kind of disregarded it irregardless when I seen some mad hands taking place. But since then, it has. Is it petered out? I'm trying to say. Sometimes I can't make my brains works too good. Massimo all in. Mihai will call, and Massimo needs to get lucky. / has nearly a coin flip in equity, 45%. Ten 8 is the flop. Pretty good start. It's a good day to be Jack 8 on that flop against Ace 5. Turn is a king of spades. Ace or king needed for Mihai.
Never give up. Never give up. Yeah, that's good. And never give up, like comes back. Yeah? Amazing. You had a chance. You had a chance.
Mihai raised to 4.5. Massimo shoves for the full 10, and Massimo might be back up to 22 big. I don't think Ace 3 falls into the category of raised call there against Massimo. Now, He was looking to try get it in. It was probably a bad beat with the cooler. These ace, deuce, ace three, ace four offsuit combinations, raised, calling for 10, just don't play too well. I might. It is 10 on the nose, and we have two invested. I could go either way with that one. I would just prefer to be suited, like ace four, ace five. I would just go 3 on the river. Wasn't expecting a 3 to roll off. 4, 10, 5, jack, 3. Home stance is ace 3, raise, fold, or just fold. I think we can raise. We want to raise, fold, ace, deuce, ace 3, and ace 4 offsuit. I'm calling ace 5 offsuit plus, and definitely calling ace 4 suited. I don't know about ace deuce and ace 3 suited in that exact scenario. When we're suited, it's a little bit of a different story. Definitely calling ace 4 suited and ace 5 offsuit. I don't know if I'm being a tad bit too tight there. There's a lot on the line. There's a 17 grand difference. Maybe not 17. Paying for 5 and 10 on top, over 15 grand. I was adding the 2 on top for second place. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. What's the minimum you were raised calling with, and what hands are you going to raise forward on the button there? With exact 10 big blind club from the big blind. Every day is learn day in classical session. Greg going to make it 6 million to go. Fantastic effort by fourth place, by the way. Really nice payday for him. It was looking like a lovely double up for the ace king till that river arrived. Just refresh the page there. I believe it was coming across. Hasn't happened in a while, so bless the good sound. I was trying to ask you, class, what are you raised holding with on the button to a 10 big blind jam, and what are you raised calling with to a 10 big blind jam in that exact scenario, four-handed, 2 tickets for the 10K World Series of Poker, and an additional 5K in the trophy for the winner. All vote now. I was saying I would be calling ace 4 suited and ace 5 offsuit. So I don't even like calling those ace 6 offsuit and ace 7 offsuit combinations. I might get rid of them. We've got to be relatively tight there, considering what's at stake. But I am open to hearing your thoughts about that one. So are we comfortably going to fold ace deuce and ace 3 suited, call ace 4 suited and ace 5 offsuit, get rid of those ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4 offsuits? Gorski folds with the ace-5. Tita gets that one through there with the ace-jack. We are on that ticket bubble. So the difference between third and second is €12,000. No, I'm saying says ace-5 offs feels like a stretch. Well, I would fold ace-6 and ace-7 offsuit. I would call ace-8 offsuit plus. I think we want to have ace-5 in there. The offsuited and, of course, the suited variety. If there's any ICM wizard in the chat, announce yourself. I see them chatting away. It is very much player dependent. Was very much in spin and win mode, and that's why I think we make a stand with ace-5 offsuit against a different player. You could very well put that one in the muck as well. You get me, bruv? Are you with me? You get me, man? My man telling me bare lies. Mihai with the nut flush. Not going to be getting called by Titus. By the way, Mihai, who has the most experience coming into this FT with over 100k in cashes, finds himself now with over 100 million in chips. Know what I'm saying? Says, where's the food, bruv? You got my peas. You got my mash and peas, bruv. You got me bangers, man. Arms like rockets. Mihai with the ace-4. You've got three-way action on this board on the 3 Jack 6-5 King. Who wants it? Tito with the best hand. I might have tried to do something there on the turn with the ace-4. Deny some equity. We are going on a break. Still the guts of 100 big blinds in play when we get back. This one's far from over. You don't want to miss the conclusion of this, where we've had a lot of swings and roundabouts. One of these three remaining players going to become your Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event champion. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Jesus' first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a
Surzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans. In my wow, yes. Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the King 4, King 5, King 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand.
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
Yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
Like what story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's the call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack
Stevie
of diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6.
disaster.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips. It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah. Why you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says,
Right.
if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, oh, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Oof, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
There's 7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's
Tuckman.
24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do, or what they should do, or what they're thinking. Because you know, these guys. Listen, they're the best in the world for a reason. Because we can't predict what they're going to do, even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leon.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I
that.
could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
40.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Thanks, Sizrot. Put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King 9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's back jamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you back jamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something
Yeah.
like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Komorski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Komorski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well, I was
river.
going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close.
You are on the bubble. 10 big blinds left. You got dealt aces. And min cash is $1 million. What do you do? Shove or fold?
Fold.
You fold?
Yes. This is the only spot you need to fold aces. Every poker knower knows. If you got this in this spot, you need to fold. If you get 1 million.
Yeah.
But to ICM is bigger than aces. Yes.
When are you folding?
I think 10,000.
10,000.
Yeah, 10,000. I
Okay.
think. Yeah, 10,000. Yes.
You shove or you fold?
I fold.
How much are you willing to risk?
$500,000.
Half.
Half.
Okay, that's
Yes.
a lot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you do? Shove or fold?
Well, with pocket aces, I mean, I would almost say, let's go all in, you know? No pain, no gain, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah.
I like
Otherwise,
this.
it's not funny, you know?
Okay, okay.
With my today financial situation, I will wait for the money. But I mean, I suppose the GTO's way is just to shove. But me personally, at the team moment, I would take the money.
And what is the number that you would shove? Like, what is the min cash that you would not think about it?
I mean,
1,000 euros or?
no, yeah, 1,000. If you just think about like an EPT, for example, like for 15, 20K, I'm saying. But it's very much depending on your bankroll management.
Yeah, of course.
Like, if your ETM is like, 1% of your bankroll or stuff like that, it doesn't matter.
Mm.
But if it's starting to be like maybe 10% of your bankroll, it's better to wait for the money.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Holmes says he just with the Ferrari outside. We still have 3 players remaining. Massive difference for the break. Interesting to see what way players approach this. There's such a big difference between second and third. White chips are out of play indeed, Richie, my boy. $18 bigs for Titas Ace 2 soft suit. $7 million. 7 million is the raise, 7 million is the call. Mihai in pole position to take down this title. Anything can happen at this late stage, as you all know. Tita's not even going to try attempt to take this pot away on the flop or the turn. Happy to try winning this showdown. Mihai will win with the pair of trees. I think Mihai was slightly coaching his opponent there, telling him to bet. I believe that's the way that was interpreted between the two. Greg shoves for 5 bigs with Queen 10 suited. I didn't realize how short Gorski had gotten. Titas in an ideal hand and situation to put the nail in the coffin on this World Series of Poker Europe ticket for Greg Gorski, who has battled very well. Here we go. It's a lady. Black lady on the flop. Queen 9-7. Now Titas needing an ace. Turn is the 9 of spades. Never easy. Titas now with a flush draw. But it is an 8 of clubs. Sit back down, Gorski. You're now playing 12 big blinds. Gorski going to shove with the ace-9. And Richie says, I'm off to bed, guys. See you next week. Love you all. We love you too, Richie. Gorski shoves 13 bigs in the small. Pocket fours. And we dancing. Goes me high like golf. 4. Gorski with 47% equity. I might call deuces and threes in this spot and call fours plus, by the way. There's a king. Actually, is fours a little bit too light? Or is it just too much hand because we've a lot of chips? Interesting to hear your thoughts about that one in the chat. Queen, 3, King, Jack, 7 with the board. That's another sizable double up for Gorski, and he's now playing nearly 80 million in chips, 26 big blinds. Goodbye, Richie. Thanks a million for all your help. Really means a lot to me. And indeed, you are a great member of this team. He wants to gamble, he says. Why you have to gamble? This is only Hold'em. Mihai betting 4 million there. Titas taking it down. Using Mihai's aggression against him. Homestead agrees. This feels like we are trying to force it calling off there. I said I definitely fold deuces and threes. Fours seem like a fold as well. I think we kind of have to start taking a stand with fives or sixes. Definitely sixes. Fives, I think I'm calling when I have that much chips. Got to win those flips, Mike. Titas now under 10 big blinds. It is Titas who has been the most careless of the three remaining players. Mo finds himself short. But my good God Almighty, has he been an entertaining player to have at this final table. I love these kind of Jesus characters. I mean, with glasses like that. With glasses like that, who needs enemies? Mihai calls it ace-4 offsuit, and I also think this might be a bit too loose. But he did say on multiple occasions that he wants to gamble. Again, seems like a spot to me where I would call ace-5 offsuit and ace-4 suited plus. Yes, we are nitpicking. How we get to the bottom of these nitty gritty ICM. But it is 9-8 Jack deuce. Splitsville. So now, not ideal to try and get additional value here for these guys now, even Stevens, neither of them want to bust before. Because these guys shoving on. Because it is shocking to me that I haven't called him tits once this day or yesterday. I don't think we had him at our table yesterday. Just too low hanging fruit. Was the side he wants to gamble. His turn to gamble. All in with 6 high, albeit suited. It is King, King, Queen, Deuce. Looking very good for me high here. Oh, it's hits. It's all gone tits up here if he doesn't hit the river, and it is the 10 of spades. We lose the highly entertaining Titas Cortasius. I want to see more of this guy. All the way from Lithuania, taking down a sizable amount of cash. It is the 2 remaining players who have secured an extra €10,000 for their efforts in the form of La Ticket, the World Series of Poker Europe, taking place at Kings later on this year, and we have a really fun heads-up battle in store because they are basically even Stevens. 33 big, playing 30. Good luck all in the fellas. GG says all the time. So here we go. They're going to fight it out for €5,000, €3,000 heads up battle is what you're watching. We've come this far through 2,533 entries and 2 players remaining. You don't want to leave here without the title, especially when you're coming in to the heads up battle. Basically, even Stevens, G's, Louise, they must be feeling awesome having secured that amount of money for themselves. That's just an absurdly large shove there from Gorski. I might 3-bet call it off there with a hand as strong as 7s. Definitely would 3-bet call it off with a hand as strong as 8s. $24 million in this pot on the turn on the 7-4 ace 10. Okay, just the 2 off 2. We'll see a second barrel from Greg. Right, Greg with ace jack off suit, 100 million on the nose. 3 hours heads up. Says no, I'm saying 42. 3 hands maybe. 3 is the magic number, but 5 will make you get down now. I need to stop saying that, or will I? No, I ain't ever going to stop. Let's put a ribbon on this thing. This heads up battle is enough venom till 10 blocks my size. We see the throne going check, check. 30 million chips in this pot on the A7595. Greg wants to go for value here, somewhere around half pot. You can have a missed straight draw, you can have missed diamonds, maybe a random bluff, occasional lead. And as for Mihai, feels like his hand is going to be too good to fold. He will call, and that is going to put him down to 15 bigs. That's a huge bet, by the way. I think that's a massive call by Mihai for that sizing. And now Gorski, pole position to take down this pile. Mihai just ripped 15 bigs. Deuce is going to be flipping at best unless you're up against ace deuce or king deuce, and that's unlikely from Mihai here. I think that could be a spot where we call fours plus. Do we fold threes? 15 seems like a lot to call with threes there. Fours or fives. We are only paying for €3,000 here. Not much ICM to be worrying about. No ICM heads up. But you don't really want to double up your opponent. They both really want the title at this point. Mihai now with 11 bigs. He's on the ropes. Oh, he's on the ropes. He's hurt. Of course, he just doesn't want to be taking huge risks here. Wants to keep whittling away at his opponent's blinds and antes. He's peppering them with the jab, the double jab, and the booster. Of course, he takes down another one. Lehigh shoving 8 bigs, taking that one down with the queen 7 of diamonds. Not much room for post flop at the moment, folks. That is the trophy they are paying for. Levi shoves. Like fold. Lehigh is a king, but with just a deuce kicker. He might call this. Oh, he does call. Spin and win, baby. Ace 10-6 is the flop, all clubs. Pretty good flop for the king deuce. Turn is the ace of hearts. Here's the 5 of spades and Lehigh with a very nice double up that actually launches them in the tip leader.
Even again.
25 bigs, playing 23. Jack 7 of diamonds is going to complete. Gorski puts the hammer down. Lehigh completing with Queen 4 diamonds, and Greg checking his options 10. $7 million is the bet. Greg will win with just King High. Greg completes. Mihai 3 X's with Kings. Mihai faced with an ace high flop, but continues. Nice to have the king of clubs there as well as a backup strategy. Stoned Resto says, wasn't the longest heads up like 11 hours long? I think it was like in 2015. Out of here with that kind of talk. I think there was an 8-hour heads up battle at an EPT one time. 7 hours, something like that. As for 11-hour heads up battle, no thanks. I do like that. Is it the NBC 64 player 10K heads up championship? Queen, queen, deuce is the flop. Gorski bets 11 million. Mihai should be calling one with a pair heads up. It's so hard to make a hand. I don't really see the reasoning behind folding, only for the fact that we are going to get barreled a lot. According to Google. Well, we have Google for everything now, don't we? It was in 2017 in Macau, 10 hours and 50 minutes. Nick Schulman went through 8-hour heads-up battle, I think, at this year's World Series in deuce to 7, triple low ball, something around that game type. Something low ball. High ball and pie ball. Stone Resto says, I think I'd just give up at 10-hour mark. There's a limit to everything. How bad do you want it? 8 million is the bet, 8 million is the call. 6 million in this pot. Let's see. Let's check this back. Mihai, who was on the ropes, is now playing 30 big, putting some sort of distance between himself and Gorski. And Restos says, no poker title is worth my sanity. I lost my sanity a few times playing poker. Back in the day, we didn't have synchronized breaks. I remember putting in a few shifts that were getting close. There were 16 hours plus. I remember grinding online one time for 21 hours without stopping. I think that was my record. You see a lot of lads back in the day play for multiple days online, especially with cash games. Then I went to college and realized how essential sleep is for our mind, body, and soul. $13 million is the bet from Greg here. Missing his open-ended straight draw on the turn. Hard for Mihai to call, but just swing high, but the spidey senses are tingling. We could beat busted spades, but we have spades ourselves. We could beat busted clubs, so we unblock that. That's nice. Does pair the board on the river. It's unlikely that Greg has a 6. $13 million is the bet. 37 million in the pot. He's not going to do this for king high or ace high, so the quick cap. He's either got nuts or air kind of job. Not quite nuts or air. He obviously could be doing that with an 8 or a 9. Big smug look on his face, all over his Chevy Chase. Taking that one down. Oh, we could see a lot of money go in here. Greg with jacks. Mihai with king queen. Greg is limp. Oh, here we go. This will put Mihai back down to 6.9 big. If he loses, however, if he wins, he is your champion. Big coin flip here for the boys. Ace 8-5. Not much in it for Mihai. He's the king of kings or a lady of the night. A mamacita. Senorita. 4 parts. There is the 4 spades. That is a huge win there for Gorski and the Jabrakadas. Getting safely over the line. 7 bigs remaining for Mihai Anu. $85% of all the chips in play for Greg Gorski. Anything can happen. Mihai still with 7 bigs. Spin and win.
Versus that hand is good, my hand. If you show me aces, it's a problem. But it's 50-50. And you have 60 big blinds.
'em.
Mihai is all in. Greg has put him all in with the ace-4. And Mihai with the best hand here could easily have more than 12 bigs or just shy of. Any 4s for Gorski? No, it's 8, 9, 10. Turn is an ace. Mihai really wants to win this title, although having said that, said he was more than willing to gamble on multiple occasions. Gorski's forced to pay the man, and now Mihai is playing 47 million, 12 bigs. That is a ridiculous fold from the Jack 7 of hearts. Guys are getting tired out there if we're folding Jack 7 suited on the button. 11 bigs, heads up. At the very least, you want to see him limp there. You come so far. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. Oh, wow. Mihai with pocket eights. Gorski with deuces. Not like that. Jack 8-9 is the flop. Turn is a 9. Full house for Mihai. And they're playing very close in stacks once again. Know what I'm saying? It says 12 hours. 10 more hours anyway. Mihai shove has 18 big blinds. That's a call. Huge jam by the king deuce. Called by the ace nine. And nearly 150 million chips in this pot also. King in the window. King 5-3. They're playing for 3,000 additional, and it's 5k for first, 3k for, or 2k for second, and they're playing on for the title. Mihai now has a flush draw as well. Gorski needing an ace on the river. 10 of clubs arrives, and Gorski now playing 10 big blinds. Mihai now playing 37. And the beat goes on. As small blind is now 2.5 million, big blind is now 5 million. With a 5 million winning big blind ante. That's 2.5, 5 million, 5 million. Here King shoves. Ace King does not shove. Ace King limps as a Trapinski. Only I has the best hand on the turn. Still the best hand. Mihai doesn't even want to try limp with the 7-5. He needs to whittle away. Of course, he's stacked there because every time he does, it's relinquish blinds and antes. You're just allowing your opponent to build back their stack too easily. Mihai raising to 12 million. So this is going to be a call for Mihai for 5 bigs, the King 10 off suit. Whoa! Let's go. We've seen a lot of woes and O's today. Oh, with the O's. He can't fold there. That's definitely a case of how do I reach these keys? Morpheus wants to pay out. We're going to deal, Morpheus. He wants to be shoving this one. Force controls. Yeah, it's getting into calling territory for Gorski with those hands. Those Jack 7 offsuit plus. The high shoves with ace jack. Oh my god, Gorski's got kings. Picks up kings with 4.1 big blind total. The high with an absolute monster. Incroyable. Four, 4, 3 is the flop. It is a jack, it is not an ace. And Gorski now plays 9.2 big blind.
I think this is you win. You win. Yes. I'm guilty. I go. Polish master. Yeah, normally Poland win. But I fight. I don't give up. Romanian, Poland. 4-4, 3-3.
Gorski shoves king 3 suited. The high fold.
If I play with him, why I double up? It's okay. You deserve to play. Not you. Only you. You sure, yeah? I have it. King high is high. King high is high.
He did shove the ace 5.
King high is high. King high is high. And pocket. Maybe if I call with queen 10, it's finished. Tell me, tell me. When I have queen 10, when I have king 2. Ezra is deep here.
Gorski taking that one away with a jam.
His heads up is
What a mental heads-up battle this has been, and the beat goes on. Great to see so many of you still tuning in on YouTube. Peculiar Invictus, welcome to Do They Get WSOP seats or not after the deal. They're both getting a ticket. Ticket secured. They are playing for €3,000 in the difference and the title. Very nice from €165 buy-in. Hi! Nice to have you with us. Gorski with 23 bigs. Shoves on Mihai. Mihai can't call with 7 high. "26 bigs playing 9. What do you make of all of this, Bird, eh? What do you say? What do you see? DJ and Tingles asked how did Gorski come back to 23 bigs. There's just been too many all-ins. I can't even... You can go back and watch them on the YouTube. It's been bizarre. And it ain't over yet. It wasn't just one hand is what I was trying to say, DJ and Tingles. Cool name, by the way. Oh, wow. Mihai's woke up with a hand. 9.7 bigs with 8s. And Gorski only has one overcard. And over 100 million chips in this pot. There's King Jack 6. Not much help in it for Gorski. Needing a 9. Turns to 6 of hearts. There's the 4 spades. A king or a jack would have been interesting there for the... Oh no, that wouldn't. Never mind. That's a big double up for the eights. There's an all in the call. Can't see the cards. We see all in with ace deuce against ace deuce. Mihai with the diamonds. Turn is a jack. Chop it up, boys. We see the limp from the jack four of spades. Mihai checks his option. Flush for Mihai, trips for Gorski. We could see some money go in here. 5 million bet, 5 million call. Thought we might see a raise. Jack on the river. Mihai wants to bet huge here. Does very large sizing. And Gorski now with the full house. He's going to shove. And I don't think Mihai can call now. Unless Gorski has... Oh, let's just think about this. My brain is a bit fried after 10 hours. I think it's unlikely that Greg has a hand like King 10. He might just call with some better flushes on the turn. it's hard for Gorski to have a full house. And if we're Mihai, we really essentially just have a bluff catcher now. Not sure what you think about this one in the chat. There are some other hands where it's like, come on, lads, this is ridiculous, get it all in. But this, the more I think about it, the more I look into it. The 7-3 of hearts. Gonna find the muck here more than call. And I will hand it to Mihai if he makes the fold here, that he hasn't just punted it off. I don't think it's a punt now, but hasn't just called it off because they're getting impatient, because this heads up battle has been going on quite some time now, and it's been a very long day and a very long week. But they've signed the contract and they stay till the job's done. And that's really nice and friendly that you want to show your opponent that they made a great fold, but I don't think I would be showing in that exact scenario. Let them bleed. Let them think. Let them mull it over. Let them make another mistake. Come on. Plaid wants them to make a second deal and go to sleep. They can make a second deal and I can go to sleep. If I was either of them, I wouldn't be going to sleep. I'd be going straight to the bar. Gorski shows the ace. They do a fantastic variety of drinks at King's. Straight to the bar for 3 beers, some expensive whiskey, and I don't know, something else. I'd have to be there to really know what I want. You get my drift. Mihai shoves. Plaid says vodka, soda, lime. Yeah, not too bad. Maybe a little lemon in there for the lads. Mihai just going to limp. But like certain things that have happened in this heads-up battle, he could have called them all in for 5 big blinds earlier. Mihai with Queen 10 offsuit decided to fold. These are the mistakes, and that's not the only time he let things slide. They can cost you later. It's just more opportunities to eliminate your opponent. You can't keep losing the flips, surely. Do we see a limp from Gorski? Mihai shoves. Gorski shoves on Mihai with the 7s. Mihai lets the Jack 8 offsuit go. Mihai giving a walk. I believe this is going to be the last hand before the break. Hopefully that's not a spoiler alert. We're going on a very, very short 7-minute break after the conclusion of this hand. So if there is an all-in, my apologies for spoiling. Okay, we're going on a very quick break. Not like this. I'm going to see if I can find some ice cream or something to stuff my face with. A sugar rush is what I'm chasing. Gorski with 21 bigs when we get back, and Mihai with 10. We are about to put a ribbon on this thing. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
we'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel Divorce on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
Dvoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is gonna get some action. Cabral calling. Dvoris' tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Dvoris' life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Dvoris wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is. It's first and second, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for Run It Once looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That is a terrible window card right there.
You knew.
And Dvoris needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Hula 6 million happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG
remaining.
Daniel,
If it's not a 3, Daniel
GG.
Dvoris is out. Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Dvoris, over 15 million in
Okay, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million. Now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money. 30 entries, including just some of the best in the game, the biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, it's a very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here,
it's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Hasu off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Hasu jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Hasu. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Hasu who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what? It
I
looked
really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Hasu's wheel.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. What's the action? Found some leftover party food from a 6-year-old's birthday. Little mini sausage rolls and packets of crisps and the likes. Gorski shoves Mihai, I think he's called. Oh, it's A6 against A6. Eight deuce is the flop. And it's a 4. And you know what they say. No, I'm saying 42 says you couldn't leave a car like that outside in Ireland for more than 20 minutes. Yes. Indeed. More Teslas. We need more Teslas. And we do have all in and call. King deuce, ace 10. Nearly 120 million chips in this pot as the blinds have reached 6 million big blind. The trials and tribulations of heads up, no limit hold'em poker. King jack 9. Turn is the king of diamonds. River is the tree of hearts. Mihai doubles up, and now it's 20 bigs playing 12. On the ace-10. Unfortunate there. Gorski shoves the queen. The king-jack of diamonds, queen-5 diamonds going into the muck. No, I'm saying is I suppose you could hire a lad to hold an umbrella over your seats. None of you want to be one big-ass umbrella. Could hire a lucky man. Lucky, I give you good price. And here we go. It is ace-3 against king-queen. Ten-10-3 is the flop. 161 million chips in this pot. Turn is a 3. And oh my God, we did it. Oh, 10. 10 will chop it. Oh God. No, it doesn't arrive. It's the 8 of diamonds. I mean, the funniest 10 of all time. Ha 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 ha. We have done it. Give yourselves a round of applause. We've crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. What an epic heads-up battle that was, albeit for €3,000. But he has prevailed as your champion. Very worthy champion indeed. Congratulations and commiserations to second place. I think he looks over the moon. Chuffed to bits for both of them. And that's going to do it until next weekend when we are going to have some mad action. It's the Dutch Classics next Sunday and Monday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Thanks to the commentators, or the moderators. I'm the commentator. What a long day that was. I'm going to jump into an ice bath tomorrow and reset myself. You can find out all the relevant information on the King's Resort website. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We're on all the usual social media platforms. And that is going to do it from me. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.